the patio first. Better call him. Yeah. Good morning, everybody. It is Tuesday, October 11th, 2022. This is a workshop meeting of the Commissioners of the City of Rehoboth Beach. We are live, City Hall, Commissioners Room, second floor. I'd like to call this meeting to order at 9:00 a.m. on the dot. Would you please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Funky, would you shut that door, please? Thank you. We'll start off with a roll call. Commissioner Tony Sharp.
Here.
Commissioner Jay Legree.
Here.
Commissioner Ed Stranowski.
Here.
Commissioner Patrick Gossett.
Here.
Commissioner Tim Bennett called ahead and told me he would not be able to be here today because of a family emergency. Commissioner Bunky Markert.
Here.
And Mayor Stan Mills is here. We have a quorum and therefore are formally able to conduct business today. I would like to also identify staff that are here today. Brant is here running the cameras. Interim City Manager Evan Miller. City Solicitor Glenn Mandalis. Kevin Williams, Public Works Director, is out in the audience, as well as Lynn Cohan, City Communications Specialist, and Matt Janis, Building Inspector. Thank you all for being here today. Appreciate it. I'd also like to thank all those members of the public that are here in person. As you know, at appropriate times, I'll call on you and let you give us some feedback or input on our topic that we're talking about at that time. I'd also like to thank any of those that are watching virtually. Support documents I'd like to mention are electronic documents that when they are ready, prior to a meeting, support documents or documents that support agenda items are available embedded in the agenda. If you go to the city website and go to the portal, click on the agenda for today, and you will find all the information that we have in our hands today. With that, I want to let you know that I am changing the sequence of the items, as is my privilege. The first thing we're going to do today is go to the patio topic, patio and music topic. And the second topic of the day will be Envirotech and his report on Lake Girard, before we then start with the regular agenda. Going to correspondence. There are different bits of correspondence embedded in the agenda, and you can find those. We'll identify them later during the topic that they're appropriate to. With that, we want to go to City Manager's report. Evan?
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, Mayor, Commissioners, members of the public. An update on Hurricane Ian. The 6 days of wind, rain, and high surf that Ian brought to the Mid-Atlantic region left behind significant beach and dune damage. Beach access points from Rehoboth Avenue south are open, but dune crossings between Baltimore Avenue and Pennsylvania Avenue remain closed. City crews have been working to remove quite a bit of debris along the beach. The closed access points may remain shuttered for some time as Mother Nature works to return much of the sand that was washed away. Any updates will be posted on the city's website and social media platforms. DENREC has confirmed that beach nourishment through the Army Corps of Engineers, usually undertaken every 3 years, remains on schedule for Rehoboth Beach sometime this winter or spring. A representative with DENREC has also confirmed that they will be surveying the beach and dune damage and reporting this information back to the Corps. The International Academies of Emergency Dispatch, IAED, has recertified the City of Rehoboth Beach's 911 Communications Center as an accredited center of excellence for medical and police, as well as fire dispatch services. IAED certification is the highest distinction given to emergency communication centers. certifying that these centers are performing at or above established industry standards. Accreditation is valid for a 3-year period. Rehoboth's Communications Center first received IAED accreditation for medical dispatch in 1995 and for police and fire dispatch in 2018. The city of Rehoboth Beach was only the 17th center in the world to earn triple ACE accreditation initially in 2019. I want to congratulate the highly qualified team of communication specialists and to Chief Keith Banks on this accomplishment. An update on the Norfolk Street water main replacement. All but 2 of the water service line installations have been completed. The main switchover was scheduled for last week, but was postponed due to inclement weather. It will be rescheduled and will require about 2 water service outages of approximately 4 hours each. Residents will be notified about the service outages via door hanger notices. The city is hosting a BB Flu Care healthcare flu vaccination clinic from 9 a.m. to noon on Friday, October 21st in the Convention Center. Finally, just an end-of-season parking update. Year-to-date actuals are $148,247 in coins, $2,910,919 pay-by-phone revenue, $3,227,434 for credit cards, for a total of $6,286,600, which is roughly $1.6 million over budget. And that's all I have to report, Mayor.
Thank you. Any questions from the commissioners for the interim city manager? Commissioner Sharp?
I just have one on the 911 certification. How did we publicize that to the entire community, and did we feature anything on our website just for the record?
Sure. I know that we did, I believe, a social media post, and information's also available in Lines in the Sand, the email news blast that goes out. So,
Because I think that was a big deal.
Absolutely.
And congratulations to them. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Evan?
Sure.
Have we ever calculated how much it's costing us to collect that 6.2866 million?
We could certainly pull expenses related to salaries, maybe some of the subscriptions, maintenance, everything attributed to that. But I'm sure that revenue would far exceed the expenses for parking, but we could certainly do that, Commissioner.
I think I totaled it maybe like 2 or 3 years ago, and it was like $1.5 million. And I thought, gee whiz.
Yeah. Good business.
Yep. Gee whiz.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Any other questions? Nope. If not, then we'll go to the city solicitor's report.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple of litigation updates. We got decisions in the Bellhaven case and the Beachwalk case last week. The Bellhaven case, the Superior Court affirmed the city's Board of Adjustment decision to grant the variance in the Bellhaven case. So we're trickling through a 30-day appeal period. If it's appealed, it'll go to the Delaware Supreme Court. If it's not appealed, that'll be the end of the litigation, and the Board of Adjustment's decision will stand. In the Beachwalk case, the Supreme Court affirmed the Court of Chancery that was in the city's favor. So that case is entirely over now unless they can find a way to get it to the U.S. Supreme Court, which I think is pretty unlikely. Maybe a little special thanks to Max Walton and his team. He first chaired the litigation in that, and they did an extraordinary job over the course of about 5 years now. And that's all I have, Mayor.
All right, thank you. Any questions of city solicitor? Commissioner Sharp?
I don't know if it's for the city solicitor, but on the Beachwalk decision, I think that's congratulations to everybody who carried the water on that. But I'm curious, what is the next step if indeed that development goes forward?
So the next step will be, it'll have to be a new plan filed, and it can be, a variety of different things. It doesn't have to be a residential development, but if it's a residential development, it's going to have to go through a subdivision process.
Thank you. The reason I asked is I got a number of phone calls from folks who were very curious as to have us go on the record with what is the next step.
Yeah, the next step is start over at step number 1.
So it is completely start over.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Well, and I think we need to emphasize that if they start over, they have to comply with today's codes.
Right.
Correct.
So,
Thank you.
thank you. Anybody else? Thank you very much. With that, as I mentioned earlier, we're going to resequence things, and we're going to go to the last item of new business, actually, which will be next, to discuss Chapter 270 of the zoning chapter, Section 270-19 use restrictions, B, dining patios specific to possible temporary or permanent relaxation of one or two code sections, specifically 270-19B3, there shall be no live entertainment on the dining patio, and 270-19B4, there shall be no external speakers or amplifiers on the dining patio, and no internal speakers from the premises are to be directed to the dining patio. This got on the agenda because of multiple requests from Commissioner Ed Chernowski, so I'm going to turn it over to him to start. If you would give a summary of your intent here and your feelings on this, and then I would like to come back and take the podium and explain some procedural things before we go to the commissioners and the public on this. Commissioner?
Sure. Thank you, Mayor, for putting this on the agenda, and thank you for moving it up first, since I think there's many members of the public that are here for this topic. I don't have any specific recommendations regarding these two restrictions at this time, and I'll just mention what they are. In 270-19B, there shall be no live entertainment on dining patios, and B4 is there should be no external speakers or amplifiers on dining patios, and no internal speakers from the premises are to be directed to the dining patio. This comes from many years of businesses, residents, and visitors alike asking why, and I never had a good answer as to why. We recently looked at this, other aspects of this 270 and changed the size of dining patios. And it got me thinking that you know, sometimes we just need to reevaluate why things are in place and if they're still relevant or not. One thing that comes to mind for me is we are a live entertainment destination. We have become a live entertainment destination and for people. So I thought, and we also host multiple music festivals. Just this month, we'll have 2 different jazz festivals in town. So I think it was a good time to bring this up and hear from all of you and members of the public. And that was my only intent at this point.
Thank you, Commissioner. If I'd known earlier that you had no position on this, I'm not quite sure this would have risen to the point of being able to put it on the agenda. So I'm a little disappointed there, but we'll carry on. I would like to make a couple of statements first so that we have an understanding of where these discussions might go. I do want to reinforce that this is only for dining patios on the restaurant premises. It has nothing to do with dining patios on public space, which means dining patios on public space means on public sidewalk, essentially. It has nothing to do with that. Dining patios on public space have their own rules, which we are currently working on codifying, and can address this later if we so choose. This topic addresses discussion of possible relaxation or removal of parts of the use restrictions, as we noted earlier in the agenda. Because these codes are within the zoning code, we will not be making any changes, relaxation or amendments based on consensus. Because it's in the zoning code, to make any changes, we have to follow a certain path to make changes to the zoning code. And that path involves the following steps. And as I mention these steps, I want to make sure you are aware of 2 things. Be aware of time constraints it takes to achieve some of these things, then the path forward, and also be aware of the opportunities for public input at future steps. The first step, again, to make changes to this particular code references that are also on the screen there. The first step is the Board of Adjustment, we are the Board of Commissioners. Board of Commissioners has to decide to pursue over however many meetings it takes to decide to pursue this again. If the Board of Commissioners is not favorable to pursuing, then this topic ends. If the Board of Commissioners is favorable to pursue, then the Board of Commissioners at a future meeting, not today, will conduct a vote to adopt a resolution setting a public hearing in this matter. With a favorable vote on the resolution sets a date of public hearing, and the public hearing would be held, that's at least a month out from today if everything were to move forward and the stars aligned. And that is, public hearing, of course, is an opportunity for public input. If a motion is made during that public hearing, a vote is conducted to make amendments or to not make amendments, depending on the wording of the motion. If the majority of commissioners vote in favor to amend the zoning code in the matters we are looking at today, then the zoning code is amended effective whatever date is noted in the motion, likely immediately. So what a favorable vote to relax or eliminate the codes to allow live entertainment and music on the dining patios on private premises means is that Rehoboth Beach would be amenable to allowing live entertainment and music on dining patios on restaurant premises, provided the restaurant makes application for and receives a modified permit of compliance in accordance with Rehoboth Beach restaurant rules. We need to be mindful that for restaurants to seek permission to serve alcohol, it's a two-step authorization process. First is being awarded permission by the municipality, that would be Rehoboth Beach, of course. Second is by authorization of the State Alcohol Beverage Commissioner. Again, be aware of time constraints. Thus, before a restaurant then can modify its operations to have live entertainment or music, they need awareness that the same code restrictions against live entertainment and music on outdoor patios are also regulated by the State Alcohol Beverage Board. State liquor laws do not allow music and live entertainment on patios unless approved by the Office of the Alcohol Beverage Commissioner through a favorable variance. So after a restaurant would receive authority from the city, then the restaurant additionally would need to make application to the State Alcohol Beverage Control Commissioner seeking a variance from the rules governing live entertainment and music on outdoor patios. This process requires notification of the variance request by letter to specified neighbors living or owning within a certain distance of the restaurant. Also, publication of such notice in local newspaper. Give opportunity to the public to voice dissent and cause a public hearing to be conducted if the minimum number of petitions are submitted. So if a public hearing is conducted, again, there are more opportunities for the public to speak up to the alcohol commissioner. But if a public hearing is conducted, then at some point after the hearing, the alcohol commissioner would rule on whether or not to grant the variance to state liquor laws. Denial of the variance would mean the state would not allow live entertainment and music on the patio, whereas granting the variance, of course, would allow live entertainment and music on the patio, all predicated on the first step of Rehoboth Beach commissioners changing the laws to allow live entertainment and music on the patios. Now, my personal note is that I imagine that if our codes are changed to allow for outdoor entertainment and music, then that might likely influence the decision of the alcohol commissioner. So we need to be very deliberate in our decision-making on this topic. So today, the next step is for commissioners to discuss the direction they want to go with this topic relative to relaxing or eliminating any of the two zoning codes or portions of the zoning codes that are noted in the agenda, which restrict live entertainment and music on dining patios situated on the restaurant premises. After commissioner discussion, we'll open that up next, and after commissioner discussion, we'll seek input from the public. We'll acknowledge the correspondence that we've received, and I'm hopeful today to conclude with a path forward, whether it's to end the discussion or to continue to pursue. Is there any commissioners that would, is there anything, do you know, that I said wrong? That's the
Mayor.
best of my interpretation of the alcohol codes.
Yep, you described it as I understand it.
All right, thank you. With that, I'll turn this over to the commissioners. Commissioner Stranowski, go ahead.
Sure, I'll follow up to your comments, Mayor, and then I've got a question for Glenn. I didn't mean to disappoint you. I will take a position. I like being outdoors and I like live entertainment, so I am supportive of relaxing the rules, because I travel to many other places where there's live entertainment outside. It's done in a very responsible way, and it's delightful. So I don't know why the same can't be true here in Rehoboth. And we have other ordinances in place that would prevent things getting rowdy or disruptive or overly noisy. And if it is noise, that is the concern. I listen to the bandstand and ask, why aren't we enforcing our own laws against ourselves? Or if noise is an issue, why aren't we enforcing it at Funland or other places? I think, live entertainment can be very enjoyable, and it's one thing that could make Rehoboth even more special than it is already. And I am very conscious about the fact that we bring in large groups to our community, especially in the shoulder and off-season, which the 2 jazz festivals alone bring in a ton of revenue via the hotel accommodations tax and rental tax. And I want to be mindful of that. And we've lost other groups in the past that have gone to other beach communities instead of ours, because we were just not friendly or easy enough to work with. So I am mindful of that as well. So if that is a position enough, but I don't want it to be a free fall either. I want it to be done in a responsible manner, and I want to hear from the public. I don't have a strong opinion about it without hearing from the public. And then a question for Glenn is, there's a lot of places that have outdoor entertainment and speakers throughout the state. Is it fairly common that the commissioner gives variances? I mean, it seems so.
Well, to be honest with you, I can't answer that because we've recently had a change in alcohol beverage control commissioner, so I don't know her track record. The previous commissioner, I would say it was more likely than not that the variance would be granted unless the local jurisdiction came out strongly and opposed it.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Anybody else? Well, let me respond to a couple things. One is making reference to the bandstand in Funland is making noise. That's apples and oranges. We're talking about restaurants that serve alcohol. They have to be serving alcohol for this to apply. And obviously there are reasons for limiting music and noise levels for restaurants that serve alcohol on outdoor patios on the premises. So I don't buy that comparison there. As far as other towns go, I've been to Bourbon Street, and that's probably the best example of the worst in music, where you've got a narrow street there. You've got, any one point you're standing in the middle of the street, you've got probably the music from 8 different venues playing and overlapping each other. I don't want to be a Bourbon Street. I don't want to be I don't want to mention some of the other towns, but other local towns that enjoy music to the extreme, I would call it. I am not particularly interested in any changes right now to these codes. I cite that the CDP that we just passed. I don't have 100% recall of it, but I don't recall anything in the comprehensive development plan indicating that we need to ramp up this town and get louder and more music and more festivities and activities than what we have now. So I'm comfortable with my position against this. Also, in terms of some of this correspondence I'm going to read, they mention lack of enforcement or minimal enforcement by the town. You know, we have codes. Using the decibel meter is a challenge at times, but you know what? We probably have 99%, 98% of the venues in town comply with all our codes and aren't complaining. So we've got a very minimal that are causing the problem. And unfortunately, if I were a restaurateur, I would be pissed at those that are violating and causing the problems, because they're going to be the ones that ultimately, at least me, if not the others, refer to as a reason to not endorse either relaxation or elimination of any of these. You know, one thought when I talked with Commissioner Chernowski was, could this be a relaxation on a temporary basis, such as during Jazz Festival each year, you know? And again, because of the problem of a few, I would have to vote against that. But also, we need to be mindful, and that's why I tried to articulate at the beginning of this. We need to be mindful that even if the commissioners pass something, those restaurants have to go in front of the state. And that's the public's second opportunity to go in front of the state and voice their opinion on whether this should happen or not, specific to most likely what they think about the character of the town, but also what they think about music, noise in their own neighborhoods. Again, I'm not in favor of any of this, and I just soon see it dropped. But we're a majority up here, a democracy, and so I enjoy hearing what others say before we go to the public and before we go to acknowledging correspondence. Commissioner Markert?
I may be the only person on the panel that has actually played music in a live context, and I would just like to interject several comments, which is I'm very much supportive of my fellow musical friends and so forth, and I think you know, trying to make a living or even a part-time living, you know, doing that is a challenge, and under most circumstances, the emotional feedback that you get from working in a restaurant or nightclub and so forth, I mean, can be you know, sometimes encouraging, but most of the time you're ignored. You know, music exists in a lot of establishments, you know, obviously to provide entertainment or provide atmosphere or mood and so forth and so on. And I'm very much supportive of that. And I think I kind of want to basically say that I support more qualitative, let's say, than quantitative. You know, if you have an opportunity, I think most musicians, I'm going to take the musician point of view, would really want to be able to be listened to. They would like to be heard. I think they would like their performance to be interpreted. They would less like to be background. They would less like to be sort of buried under the din of conversation and so forth and so on. And I just question where this is headed with regard to if we're trying to maintain some kind of level of sound that is acceptable to everybody, and just imparting the restrictions that now exist with regard to 70 dB, which may not mean anything to you, but 70 dB is not that loud. I mean, and I would hazard to say that I would think the ambient noise level often, at least along Rehoboth Avenue, is around 70 dB. So the fact that you're going to have a band or ensemble or maybe one person or two people to be able to sort of compete with that, I think you're asking for something that you may not want, you know. And so the other thing, too, is the fact that, let's say, an establishment has an indoor space where they could have music, and then they want to, in addition, to have outdoor space with music. I think that's a possibility. You know, the indoor space can sort of, you know, you have more control over it. Although often even these indoor spaces are actually quite loud, and people are talking, so people want to have like another opportunity to be outside, I would tend to think that the outside space would be sort of an alternative to the indoor space, which may be, you know, more restrictive to conversation and so forth. So, and then I guess from the musician side of things, playing outside, you can only play to a certain level, and you're still competing with people talking outside and sounds of motorcycles and traffic and all the other kind of stuff. I just don't think that you can sort of have what you think you want. So I like you, Mr. Mayor, I am not so supportive of this. I mean, I'm more than willing to hear people's comments and so forth and so on. But as someone who has done this, I don't personally see the environment that we can create an environment that is sort of conducive for all the things I think we'd like to have, and also encourage the quality of music in this town outdoors. So,
Anybody else? Commissioner Sharp?
Mayor, I would like to see this ended today, and I'll give you the reasons why. I'm on this commission to not advance my personal likes and dislikes, but to represent the entire community and the balance that we need to have when it comes to issues like this. And the responsibility that we're already having difficulty with that you spoke of a certain percentage, a large percentage of our restaurants doing the right thing and several that are not consistent with that, I think is proof. And I had asked about this several meetings ago. It's proof in the way I was responded to that we may have to live with a certain level of noise in our community. I don't think that would be challenged by anybody because we are a beach community. We do have the challenges of residents as well as businesses, visitors, et cetera. Everybody knows this. But in this environment, I would be astounded if there was a movement from our residents that were championing, let's have more noise, more music, et cetera. I just cannot fathom, especially with the number of phone calls I have personally received and the emails, just by the fact this was on the agenda for an initial discussion. So I would like to see it ended today because therein lies the problem. If we cannot get support from our current environment, as well as the enforcement environment, I had asked previously about could Main Street help us out on this, and was told they're thinking about it. Well, in that environment, I would like to see this ended today.
Thank you, Commissioner. Anybody else?
Yeah,
Commissioner Gossett?
thank you. You know, I don't see this as a proposal to have live entertainment. We already have that in many venues around the city. And the comment made about bandstand, I think that is a unique situation in the sense that that is Friday, Saturday, and Sunday during the summer, 8 to 9:30 in a very concentrated commercial area. There's no residents that back up to that. There are hotels, and there'll be more hotels in that area, but it's all commercial based. You know, where we have had concerns are outdoor venues that have music and are up against a residential neighborhood. And that's very unique in Rehoboth in the sense that we have a very small community. You know, we just recently went from 750 to 1,000 square feet on patios to allow more dining on outdoor patios. And I certainly think that we need to look at that in the next season to see how that has an impact on noise in the city and what have you. I've also noticed over the last few years that when you read restaurant reviews around, many of them are now offering decibel levels because people can't hear one another when they're in a restaurant talking because of loud music or issues of that nature. You know, I'm not really, as following on Commissioner Sharp, I've not had any requests directly from businesses to change the rules, and I've not heard of any issues from those restaurants. But I have heard quite a bit from the residents, both emails, knocks on the front door, phone calls, that just as Commissioner Sharp said, having this on the agenda for potential discussion was not met with favorable response at all. So I also feel that we really don't need to go any further with this. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else?
I agree
Commissioner
with
LaGree?
Commissioner Sharp, Commissioner Gossett. Let's stay where we are. Let's enforce what we have. I had a talk with Chief, as you recall, about square footage equals more noise, and Chief felt like he couldn't discriminate between whether a little one or a big one or what it was, but he said we had repeat offenders. Let's stop having repeat offenders and let's enforce what we have now and let's drop it.
Thank you very much. What I'd like to do next is, let me do this, acknowledge our correspondence, and then we'll go to the members of the public before we make the decision up here. Embedded in the agenda is a letter from Jacob Anthony, address unknown. He is in favor of it. Look, he has a 717 area code, so it looks like he's probably from out of town. We have embedded in the agenda an email from Tony Zakai, 217 Philadelphia Street. I assume that's in Rehoboth here. He is for it. We have an email from Eileen and William Forstell. Actually, we have two emails from them, and they both are against relaxation or allowance of music on outdoor patios on premises. We have an email from the Rehoboth Beach Homeowners Association asking some questions, making some comments, and essentially saying that they don't support this proposal. We have a letter, second submittal from the Forstels. Then we also got some emails that were received too late to embed in the agenda, and they are the following. Paul Carano lives in town. He's against. I'm just going to abbreviate their comments. Marty Marino is a resident in town and is against the proposal. Joyce Luzier, an email against. Donna Mabry, a resident, against. Marie Hakovich, a resident, against. Wynn Hackenbaum, a resident, against. So if you count it by numbers, the no votes win, so to speak. With that, I'd like to go to members of the public. I would ask that if you have a letter, let that suffice, or add anything new is fine. But time is a premium here. So if you would like to come up to this microphone here, Matt, if you would, anybody? Just leave it off then. All right, thank you very much. So I'm going to close the public portion of this. Bring it back to the commissioners. I am not hearing any enthusiasm but for one commissioner to carry this forward. So as I stated earlier, our path will be that this will terminate at this meeting. Thank you very much. With that, I would like to do another change in the sequence before the restaurateurs leave, because I would like to address new old business G, reminder of November 1st, 2022 termination date for outdoor patios out of compliance with permits of compliance, whether on the premises or on public space. I have a memo here that was read back in June, I think, at one of our commissioners' meetings. And so this is a reminder that all the restaurants with expanded dining areas that are beyond what your permit of compliance is need to come into compliance by November 1st, or you need to vacate those expansions. And so just to reiterate some of what I said before and summarized back in June, for the dining patios that are on the restaurant premises, dining patios on restaurant premises, the supplemental dining patio permit of compliance is suspended. This was back then. The size restriction of 750 square feet back then was suspended. We allowed to locate a restaurant on a budding commercial property, even if of different ownership than the property the restaurant is sitting on. But we did say it must conform to all other codes, fire marshal, health department, building codes, et cetera. Those conditions, or again, you are allowed to expand beyond the permit of compliance, expired November 1st, 2022. So essentially what that means, as of November 1st, if you haven't already come to us for an expanded permit of compliance or expanded supplemental permit of compliance, then you must vacate all that extra space that you're using until you come into compliance. Now, for dining patios on public space, meaning on public sidewalks, we said at that time, supplemental dining patio permit of compliance requirement is suspended. Actually, it was never developed. It has yet to be developed. So it was not a requirement at that time. And the compliance is required with all conditions set forth in the adopted policy for outdoor dining on public space. If you recall, rather than codifying something, we created a policy. And we said that if you comply with the policy and make application to building and licensing, then you are able to expand onto the public space as long as you follow those policy rules. But those conditions expired November 1st, 2022. What this means is, as of November 1st, 2022, all outdoor dining on public space is to be removed in entirety. We want a total reset. Why? Because we are currently working on taking that policy and codifying it, putting it into the code, and we want you to start over again with a brand new permit of compliance once that has been codified. We expect to introduce the restaurant code, the policy introduced into the restaurant code at our regular meeting, October 21. We like to do it at the regular meeting so we can get this going with a potential vote sometime in November. So we're still going to work on codifying the policy. But again, that November 1st deadline is pretty much set fast. And we have mentioned this many, many, many times. This is not the first time you should have heard about it. And Evan, if we can get word out in our messaging system, Main Street, Chamber of Commerce, so that everybody's reminded of this. Any questions? Thank you very much. And with that, Evan, I'd like to turn it over to you. I think our next item of business, as I mentioned, out of sequence would be item 8A of new business, report on health of Lake Girard by Todd Frenchman of Envirotech, Environmental Consulting, Inc.
Yep, thank you, Mayor. Todd Frenchman is with us this morning, again from Envirotech, to give the annual report on the health of Lake Girard. The presentation is up on the podium, Brant. If you could just switch it over. And I'll turn it over to you, Todd. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Todd Frenchman with Envirotech here.
Morning. Good morning.
I'll go ahead for those commissioners that may be new and I haven't met before. My name is Todd Frenchman. I'm the president of Envirotech. I am a dual-degreed aquatic biologist and also a state of Delaware certified sediment and stormwater management reviewer. And it has been my job for almost 2 decades now to design and implement the Lake Girard Comprehensive Maintenance and Management Program for the water course and its surrounding buffers and its diffuser system and water quality management product. I've also served the city on multitudes of other environmental consulting items that come up throughout the town and in reference to Lake Girard and Silver Lake as well. So I'd like to go through the objective for today is to talk about the overall general structural and functional integrity of Lake Girard and what is transpiring over time with that, but also the ecology of the lake as an amenity to the city. And I have a PowerPoint presentation prepared for everyone to visually follow along.
Todd, let me interrupt there. I meant to give a preface here. Today's conversation, I believe, is on the status of the health of the lake.
Sure, that's correct.
At the November workshop meeting, the expectation is you'll be back to address specifically how we would clean up the west finger of the lake. So there's two parts there. As far as the fountain on Silver Lake and the disposition of that, that's another conversation into the future. So we're not entertaining any questions on that today, nor on how to remediate the accretion in the west finger, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. So the objectives, number one, to interpret water quality degradation, cause, and effect. Lake Girard, like any isolated freshwater ecosystem, serves in multitudes of capacities for the city. It is serving as an amenity, ecologically, as a fishery, as a place for people to conduct an aesthetic sit down and a picnic and walk around the lake and so forth to enjoy the various natural features that it offers, the beauty of the lake. But it's also serving as a nutrient sink for stormwater management discharges. It does receive the stormwater effluent through, I believe it's 9 different discharge pipes that capture all the impervious surface water runoff from the city in its northwest quadrant, northeast quadrant. And that water is discharged along with everything that dissolves and moves with water in a mobile phase into the lake. That all has a long-term impact on the lake in terms of its stormwater management. But this water column is no different than any other, that over time it goes through a regular and frequent period of change called succession, aquatic succession. So over time, any freshwater body begins to fill itself through natural and man-made impacts. The problem with that is over time, that rate increases exponentially as it grows and develops. And Lake Girard is experiencing that now. It is going through what is called an aquatic successional state, and I'll be using some images here to demonstrate exactly what that means. So one objective is organic accretion. If you look around Lake Girard, there is a privately owned segment, a peninsula, if you will, in the center of the lake that is not owned by the city. That is all dominated by 100-year-old mature growth conifer, loblolly pine, and also woody stem oaks and so forth that are now completely mature and biomassive, and they do drop tons and tons of biomass per year into the lake. That biomass, because of the cohesion and adhesion of water, does not leave the system. Once it drops, it coheres and adheres to the water column, then it sinks, and it forms a layering of organics from the bottom to the top. Because of the stormwater management capacity, the lake is also receiving all the silt and sediment runoff from any land disturbance activities that occur within the city. So any retrofit to a rebuilding of a home or excavation of a lot, when it rains during significant rain events, the fine silts and sediments that run off of that lot through the silt fences and disturb soil zones travel down the curb zones into the drain inlets of the streets, conveys underground, and goes into the lake. So the accretion rate is increasing because the plants, The flora has grown and matured, and there's more biomass going in all the time, but the city is converting. The old homes and the old motels are being rebuilt exponentially, and that means much more soil erosion and runoff into the lake. So we have a layering. The studies have been done. I'll demonstrate that at the next, as Mr. Mayor had stated, that will be demonstrated in the next thing, so I'm not going to get into that much. But the silt and sediment layering with the leaf litter accretion is becoming a noticeable problem. We also have a situation with illicit discharge. Because the drain inlets are strategically located throughout the city, we do get illicit discharge. In fact, the most recent illicit discharge was discovered by the acting town manager and the city arborist myself when we were touring the lake. We did find a latex paint discharge that was significant into the lake. The storm drain had volumes of coagulated latex paint in it. And with that latex paint comes whatever paint thinners or anything that they were mixing into the system was dumped down the storm drain, went into the lake. Any type of synthetic product, even petroleum product, hazardous materials, phosphate latent detergents, those types of things, once enter into a water column, biological activity with aquatic bacteria and so forth starts to break that down, and that material becomes food for aquatic vegetation like algae and pondweeds and other things. So illicit discharges are a problem in the lake because people do dump stuff down the storm drain. And with that, we get nutrient. But we also have a situation within the water column, and I'll graphically explain what this is nutrient deposition. We have a lot more soil and fine silt, clay particles, moving into the lake all the time due to the exposed soil situations in the lake basin itself. Bound to those soil particles are phosphates. We don't have natural reserves of phosphorus, but the phosphorus does bind and move with soil as it moves into the lake. So these are some things that can be fixed with a watershed management situation to help protect the lake other than the maintenance and management. You can do all the maintenance and management you want, but if you're not controlling the watershed discharges into the lake, then it's a counterproductive situation. So objective number 2 is to talk about the buffer. That is the no-mow zone that we have established around the lake to anchor and support and hold the soils in place, to provide habitat, natural beauty with native plant stratum, herbaceous material, and then the shrub stands that were integrated into that with native beneficial shrub species for habitat for neotropical birds, migratory birds that need the seeds to get back and forth to their migrations, and also some natural beauty to break up the landscape. And that was all provided through the original grant and so forth. And then objective number 3, what we are doing to maintain and manage these water quality situations that are indeed degrading. Objective number 4 was to just touch base on the Atlantic white cedar bog, which is on the northwest prong of the lake, some situations we've got going there. And then to briefly talk about the exposed soil zones and turbidity, the goose population, illicit discharges, and then that southwest prong accretion that is taking place, but there will be a separate thing for that. And then just show some historical things. So objective number 1, the process that I was referring to is aquatic succession. Over time, when you have things running off of the land-based use watershed and into the lake, it is a depository. It's a nutrient sink. It's designed to capture all that material and hold it. Once there, the material does not leave. We have a thing in physics called the law of conservation of matter. You can't create or destroy matter. You can lose sight of it when it sinks into water, but it doesn't disappear. It doesn't go away with a magic wand. Matter does not disappear. It stays here. But if it's out of sight, it's out of mind. But when the bottom comes to the top, then it starts to come into sight. So This is just a model to show you all the biological and environmental interactions that take place in the lake with all the inputs. And then what happens to a isolated water body over periods of time with the accretion and the succession that takes place. Now, we're arresting the lake in a static state, so even though it's dynamic and living and changes seasonally and environmentally with different environmental impacts, it stays in a relatively static state. But what gets deposited into the lake and to the bottom, we can't control that. That's a law of conservation of matter. For instance, a subdivision stormwater management pond, some of them may be as big as this. In capital reserves and planning that is now required by law in subdivision build-out, there is a program of dredging and mucking out that pond over periods of time. I grew up here in the city of Rehoboth Beach on Maryland Avenue, and Lake Girard was as near and dear to me as it is to any human because I grew up there. And it has changed over time through many, many different programs. I don't think anything as successful as the most recent grant program that we've implemented, but it has changed due to the watershed inputs. So here's just some images to show things that occur. If you can see in the image there, you see a lot of pine chats. That's the needle leaf from all of the loblolly pines that grow and develop around the lake. So with significant rain events, all that material washes down off the land watershed and into the lake, where then it coheres, sinks to the bottom, and then you get your silt and sediment discharges that layer on top of it. So you basically have a layer of this material, and once it's at the bottom, it becomes anoxic. There is no dissolved oxygen down there to break all this material down, so it layers. And subsequently, bogs have formed around the perimeter, and those bogs then support the growth and development of vegetation as God's order, so to speak, a natural process of things, and that's what aquatic succession is. Another really significant problem that we have right now is the vegetative ground cover around the lake. If you take a look at the image, this is rule number 1, and it's sustained water ecosystem. A sustained water ecosystem does not have exposed soil. Exposed soil moves with sheet flow of water, and every raindrop that hits it displaces soil and it moves. And it gets deposited into the lake. Bound to each one of those sediment particles and fine clay particles, those silts, is phosphorus, which is algae food. Not only that, again, this material layers and grows and does not disappear. So one recommendation is to take a holistic look at getting these ground covers established. It may require the mowing of these grasses be at a more turf management level, not a chop right to the ground level where we're exposing the soil and potentially maybe killing off the grasses. Turf grass should be a 3-inch cut or more, never lower. But this is a problem that needs to be looked at because all this soil moves right into the lake constantly with every wind and rain event. Then we have the organic component. So as I call it the peninsula, on the non-city owned, these are all mature woody stem trees, the loblollies and so forth. Well, as they grow, and just like anything, as it grows and reaches maturity, things die as well. And when these trees and branches and so forth are dying on that side, they're falling in and forming these large organic deposits. That's all private property. So in terms of the maintenance and management, we can't go there and remove that material. That's somebody else's property. We are only managing and maintaining the city side in terms of vegetation and organic material. So we are not going on to the other side of the private properties and removing all the dead trees and material that are falling into Lake Girard. We would be glad to, but we would need the liaison or some type of effect to work with those private property owners on that side. Here's another example. You can see a dead limb, trees that are listing and about ready due to the biomass of canopy and their situation on the lake, many of which are beginning and getting ready to topple. 1B here, if you take a look close, you can actually see the bottom. So the water column now in many parts of the prongs, not on the open lake part where the fishing bridge is and so forth, but in these prongs, you can see the silts and sediments from the stormwater inputs have actually brought the bottom to the top. So now the lake is only inches deep. That means that the photo zone, the sun is hitting the bottom now, and that is where the nutrients are stored. So obviously that stimulates growth and development of aquatic vegetation in many forms, cyanophytes, algae types, pond weeds, and so forth. The illicit discharge component, as you can see, water is not supposed to be foamed and blue of that nature. So this is what an illicit discharge looks like. This all came out of a storm pipe. And this appears to be a phosphate latent detergent. The most limiting factor of algae growth in cyanophytes in a water column is phosphorus. So if a phosphate latent detergent is being, someone power wash something to clean it or whatever, and that's going down a storm drain and into the lake, why then we're going to have a cause and effect situation with the growth and development of undesirable, unesthetically pleasing vegetation, perhaps. Again, if you look at the northeast side of the lake where all the large woody stem trees are growing and developing, see all the leaf tissue, all the tons and tons of biomass. I don't have that figured out mathematically. That could be done, how many tons are deposited annually. But when that material deciduously falls into the lake, again, it doesn't leave, and it gets converted from a leaf to a peat and then to a muck. That's the natural order of the decomposition. The organic needle leaves and broadleaves get converted by biological processes, bacteria, into peat, broken down. You can still recognize what it was, but then into a black soil, organic soil called muck. That's actually its technical term. Again, the soil situation, and then again, the accretion. Then the other thing is the storm drains. This is just one particular example where you have a massive soil exposure due to whatever happened around here. Well, if we have a significant rain event, all that loose soil does not stay there. That loose soil goes down the storm drain. And once into the stormwater management basin, which is in this case Lake Girard, it doesn't disappear. You might not see it, but the law of conservation matter, it stays. The Lake Girard buffers, that is the no-mow zone that we have established around the lake for many reasons. Historically, before this program was implemented, the lake was essentially bush hogged all the way to the edge. And when you bush hog or mow saturated soil, you rill and rut and muck it. And so the next rain event transports all that material into the lake. So the purpose of the buffer primarily is to stabilize and anchor and hold all the soils together and then filter what runs in, but also provide habitat and nutrient uptake to take nutrients naturally out of the water and convert it into biomass so that it's not dissolved in the water column, contributing to negative plant growth. So the buffers have worked extremely well. We have gone through trial and error on their distances or their widths and their heights, and we've come up with a really good program to keep them at a static width.
Todd, what year was that program started?
This was started in, that's a good question, 2013, I believe it was.
Over 13.
Yeah, 2012, I think we designed it, and then 2013, we actually implemented it.
Thank you.
So the buffer is dynamic as well. This is a naturalized native plant stand for deep-rooted anchoring and stabilization of soils. It is not an ornamental zone. This is not a garden that gets weeded conventionally like your garden beds around your home. This is subject to pioneer vegetation growing and developing. Beneficial vegetation is propagated. Negative vegetation, such as greenbrier, poison ivy, Japanese honeysuckle, woody stem tree saplings, multiflora rose, any native nuisance or exotic invasive species is selectively removed from here through an integrated approach with either aquatic herbicide applications or hand pulling and pruning. These buffers do get pruned twice annually, typically in late July when the cool season growth and development starts to go dormant and brown out. And we come in and do a vertical height pruning, and then again in dormancy, this will all be pruned down again to prepare it for the next growing season with a chop and drop and thatch system for the buffer. This is a best management practice for any water course where you have your emergent growth wetland vegetation occupying the perimeter or the shallow bench of the lake. And then we have the transition up into upland of the riparian buffer, the no-mow zone, which we have installed many different species, about 24 different species of perennial flower-bearing herbaceous angiosperms to give color and beauty to the system. Again, that buffer is managed with an integration of practices that have the least negative impact on the environment. A lot of this is technical EPA-registered products that we have to be licensed to apply and apply only to the label rate. These no-mow zones obviously change all the time. What flowers, you typically have a two-week flower, and those flowers drop, and then a new stratum comes up. So we will now be looking at what you see here, the goldenrods, the New York asters, and the high tide bush will all be going into their bloom now. So every part of the season has a different bloom. When we get into December, everything goes dormant, and there won't be any flowering until the next spring. We do keep track of the buffer widths. We did have these buffers get much larger at one point for a very good reason. Obviously, the bigger the buffer, the better environmental health, but there was concerns of encroachment. People felt that the buffers were getting too big and encroaching, so that was reined back into a distance that is equal to the tree plantings that was done through a big grant program, I believe with the Forestry Service. And so the buffer comes out to the edge of the big woody stem tree plantings that were done around Lake Girard probably about a decade ago. And that is working very well, that process. So here shows the widths of the buffers of before. I was just talking about how we let them get a little bit bigger, but then we brought that, Liz in her direction, brought this back to a little bit more, not as wide buffer system that was a little more in tune with what the people living around the lake wanted. Problems with the buffer. Managing a buffer is very intense work. It's very labor intensive because we're dealing with so many variables. Right now, our major problem is viney material. Japanese honeysuckle, Virginia creeper, and then a lot of exotic invasive vines that get dispersed in by seed from the surrounding neighborhood, people that have them growing in their yards and whatnot. Vines have a major competitive advantage because our CO2 levels are going up. Vines love that. And our climate is warmer and longer, so vines have a big competitive advantage. So we have spent the last month and a half removing load after load after load of vines throughout the system and treating them so they don't regenerate. Water quality maintenance and management. Obviously, everything that we apply into the lake for the purposes of controlling algae, cyanobacteria, which are photosynthetic little wee beasties that stain the water, called green paint effect, controlling that. Submerged rooted aquatic vegetation, creeping vegetation, and emergent vegetation. We have to use a battery of aquatic pesticides to do that. Sonar, fluoridone is used to control all pond weeds. We did install sonar at the appropriate time this year in February, and then again in July, so we have not had any pond weed blooms this year. The sonar has done its job. But we have had several algae blooms that were significant due to some of the nutrient inputs, and typically once we treat that within 7 days, the algae bloom is under control and back to a more healthy appearing lake. We do have a psychological thing with algae, humans in general. They think it's bad. Algae is really not bad. That's why we're here. Without algae, we wouldn't have an oxygen-laden atmosphere, and there wouldn't be any life on the planet in the first place. And algae is what detoxifies the water. So algae isn't necessarily a bad thing, but we don't want it to grow out of control and become eutrophic and a problem itself. So we have to keep accurate records of all the products that are used, how, when, where, and why. The diffuser system that was installed through the original grant to help promote an aerobic situation, to break the surface tension of water and liberate nitrogen gas out of the water, has aged. These are electrically driven compressor units that force compressed gas out into the lake, into diffuser heads, where that compressed gas is broken down into micro bubbles of compressed gas, and dissolved oxygen goes into the lake. So we have been replacing the systems as the compressor motors break down, from use 24/7 all the time. And that is moving along pretty well. As an example of the diffuser heads, if you drive by the lake, you can see it looks like boiling water. Those are where the diffuser heads and compressors are located. And of course, this is all mapped out so we know where the diffuser heads are located. And of course, that requires a lot of maintenance. They are electrically driven, so any surge protection or significant hardcore rain event or human tampering or something like that can shut down the system. We got to go maintain it. This is just some historical things that we've dealt with over the course of time. The sago pondweed blooms, we've nipped that in the bud now with the sonar applications that prevent that. It's the only pre-emergent product available in the aquatic realm, so that works well. We have done elaborate sampling of Lake Girard's water quality. And as you can see, the main ones that you really want to take a look at are the nitrogen and phosphorus levels. If you have a detectable phosphorus level that is greater than 0.1 or 0.1 itself, any detectable phosphorus means that you're going to have aquatic growth. That's the most limiting factor. So the goal then is to control those inputs. So our water quality analysis isn't real bad, but we do have concerns with the phosphorus that's coming in from whatever illicit discharges are occurring and that soil movement. So that information is readily available as well. The nitrogen levels we can't control. That's the second most limiting factor of aquatic vegetation growth and is associated with pollution just like phosphorus. But that really can't be controlled because nitrogen comes from ambient deposition, from rain events, from fertilizers washing in, all the different natural processes. Phosphorus is the controllable element. The Atlantic white cedar bog that was built and constructed through a separate grant on the northwest prong has been extremely successful over time. This little amazing pocket of wetland that was traditionally mowed and destroyed annually, we planted the rare and threatened Atlantic white cedar. along with the sweetback magnolias and the other understory shrubs, southern bayberry and high tide bush that would naturally grow in this area. And this has really done well. Every season I walk through here, there's typically not that we're necessarily trying to do this, but just bring the facts to the table. There's typically a few white-tailed deer that are born and raised in here every year. If you walk through, they're there, and there's a lot of wildlife that uses this to conduct their niche. You can walk through and see a lot of animals, critters running out. So it's kind of neat to see that. But this is done very well, but we do have a problem right now with disease. We do have a disease that is impacting the Atlantic white cedars. We have lost a few of those. There's a grub, a certain type of grub that is impacting the roots. So we're monitoring that pretty close, and anything that goes through death and dying, obviously we're basal cutting and getting out of there as we can. This exposed soil again. We do keep an eye on the goose population. Part of this original remediation was designed to reduce the amount of Canada geese, not ducks, not wading birds, not migratory shore birds of any kind, just the Canada goose. We have two populations. We have a resident population, okay, that from March 1 to mid-May goes through a reproductive and molting biology, and what is born on the lake will inevitably imprint and return to nest and grow and develop there. So we do want to have control methods to prevent that, kind of do a birth control type thing, because it is not best practice, and there is economic problems that occur when your Canada goose population grows exponentially. City of Salisbury, Ocean Pines, many, many stories of goose control problems, and so this is part of this, is to monitor and manage the goose population. Then we get to the City of Rehoboth, Lake Girard, West Prong Accretion project. I'm not going to elaborate on this because we have a special workshop coming up or meeting about this. But this prong is significant because the northeast winds bring everything into this corner. It's kind of like the dead end lagoons in South Bethany, the problems that we're having working on those right now. They are accreting at a rapid rate too, because whatever comes in to those and this prong does not leave. It doesn't go back. It stays. And the fetch of the wind, the northeast winds, transports everything in, all the leaves, material, blow-in material, transports back. We did have fill material being placed into this end of the lake by a private landowner there for more than several decades that we weren't really able to control that. So we have a significant problem. The nutrients that are released from that corner of the lake in decomposition don't stay there. They diffuse. They move from an area of high concentration to an area of low concentration until there's equal distribution throughout the water column. And so this does impact the entire lake. So we do have a program in place, and we'll be talking more about, it's not necessarily dredging. It's more of what we call a muck out, to remove all this organic material, and these deposited silts and sediments, which will have a major improvement on the lake in general. With that being said, I don't want to get into that accretion part. So at that time, with that, if it's okay with Mr. Mayor and the town manager, I could host questions.
All right. Commissioners, we'll start with commissioners. Commissioner Sharp?
I just have one. After all that you've shared, and I appreciate it, what is the water quality of Lake Girard?
So the water quality of Lake Girard is standard. It is just like any other isolated water body. There is no recognizable problem with the water quality. The ecology of Lake Girard is an A+ grade. It is a major fishery. There is actually a complete society now that advertises the fishing of the lake, the macroinvertebrate populations, the dragonfly larvae, the damselfly larvae, the mayfly larvae, when we do our biological assessments. A way to indicate the overall health of a water course is to sample its macroinvertebrate population. That tells you the health without doing analytical data testing. So if you have dragonfly larvae, mayfly larvae in an abundance, that tells you that water quality is sound. There is not a toxic situation because they're so biosensitive, they would die off.
Okay, that's the wording that I was waiting to hear, not a toxic situation.
There is no toxic situation.
Okay, thank you. That's,
All natural processes that are occurring.
I got it. Thank
Lake
you.
Girard, in terms of ecological health and water quality, is extremely sound and vibrant. It is a major, major fishery.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Any other questions by the commissioners? Commissioner Legree?
I'll just say what I've been saying for the last 3 years. We need a comprehensive lake management program, asset management program for Lake Girard and for all of our lakes. And the state would define this as a wet pond with many different parameters than what we've heard today. And we've been doing this for 2 decades, I heard, and we still don't have a comprehensive management plan. And I'm anxious to hear from the public about this. Thanks, Mayor.
Anybody else up here?
Just one question. Could you, do you have an estimate of the perimeter shoreline measurement for Lake Girard?
The widths?
No, just the measurement, how much shoreline there is around the lake.
That I can't answer right off the top of my mind.
Okay.
But there is the city-owned component that is buffered with the herbaceous buffer that we installed.
That was my interest is
Yeah.
how much is the total measurement of the shoreline and then how much of that is in private ownership?
I don't have that data right here with me, but I can easily have that provided to the acting town manager.
Thank you.
Very quickly, yes.
We had beach closures many times this year. Is that related at all to the outflow from the lake to the ocean?
Absolutely, yes. So both Silver Lake and Lake Girard have ocean discharges. The sampling, to the best of my knowledge, is always done during or immediately after a significant rain event. Always, which, you know, why? I can't answer that. That's the DENREC, a question for DENREC. But because a freshwater body is alive and harboring all of your gulls are preening and roosting on the lake and feeding and taking fresh water, so they're also dropping fecal matter. All of your waterfowl, your fish themselves have excrement. So there is fecal coliform and Escherichia coli that are released through all the natural processes into the freshwater system, the same as any other lake or pond anywhere in the world. But when that water level rises and falls through the outfall and discharges into the ocean, that's now detectable. And so that water sample taken during or right after the rain event is going to come hot for elevated E. coli. Yeah, we do not recommend swimming in Lake Girard or drinking anything out of Lake Girard, the same as any freshwater body in the mid-Atlantic region. In fact, the health advisories state that never should we eat any finfish meat from a freshwater system on an annual basis not to exceed 4 ounces. So, you know, all of our water columns, ponds and so forth are capturing land use discharge, but the bacteria from all the wildlife gets discharged into one concentrated zone, and that's what they're picking up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else up here? And if not, we'll go to the members of the public. Anybody like to say anything? Sally, come ahead. Why don't you come up here? Matt, can you make sure this microphone's on, please?
Hello?
There you go.
Good morning. I'm Sally Foreman, president and founder of Save Our Lakes Alliance. Something that you may not know is the restoration of Lake Girard was the first project we undertook in 2004 that extended in 2005. And Patrick may remember, Commissioner Gossett may remember, we sat on Mary Campbell's porch with then Secretary of Denrec, John Hughes, and other residents, and brought this to the city, and ultimately Todd took on the project, and it was through a grant through Denrec and NOAA, and I think the city also contributed some money. So here we are, how many years later, and we know we have problems. So recently, I became aware of tests done by the University of Delaware's Sea Grant. I have an echo. Do you have an echo?
No, you're good. You're good.
Okay. Sea Grant Division for Lake Girard. So I want to share some of the data with you. The tests were done over a 6-year period from 2017 to September of 2022, with 5 to 6 tests done per year. They were done for 2 sites, the Lake Girard Fishing Pier and the Lake Girard Ocean Outlet. They tested for areas that can be harmful to human health and recreational uses. What they have seen on a regular basis is a consistent algae, murky green water with sulfurous odor. Using the 6-year average for testing, the testing done at the Lake Girard Fishing Pier shows that the dissolved oxygen fails to meet the state standards. And that is likely the reason there was a fish kill there, I think it was a couple of years ago. Yeah. The EPA says that dissolved oxygen is an important measure of water quality, as it is a direct indicator of an aquatic resource's ability to support aquatic life. The testing done at the ocean outfall shows that dissolved oxygen and bacteria fail to meet state standards. Furthermore, while the dissolved oxygen is a problem to the aquatic life, the bacteria flowing into the ocean from the outfall certainly has to be a contributing factor for the emergency closings of the beach, because it is harmful to humans. Closing down the beaches seriously impacts the economy that Rehoboth relies on so much for its tourism. So the reason I didn't wear my glasses. The reason I bring the data to your attention is that if there is any doubt that the lake's 9 storm drains, some of which are 4 to 5 feet in diameter, that flow into Lake Girard are causing serious problems to the community and the economy of Rehoboth, that should reinforce the need for Rehoboth to develop and implement a comprehensive stormwater management plan. And I think the presentation that Todd made today also reinforces that. Our recent workshop titled Water, Water Everywhere focused on what can happen to our coastal communities who are blessed with many wonderful water features. But we too could face some of the devastation that coastal and inland communities in Florida and the Carolinas have experienced from Ian, and to a lesser degree here, unless there is a comprehensive plan in place. The plan can provide protection of wetlands and aquatic ecosystems, improve the quality of receiving water bodies, conserve water resources, and protect public health, lives, and property. We made this recommendation to Rehoboth for its comprehensive development plan in 2010, 2015, and recently as 2020. All were included in the CDPs approved by the city and state, but no action has occurred in the last 12 years. So I realize that this is not the subject of your workshop. The issues the issues are closely tied to how we manage our water bodies and our water. So I urge you to conduct another workshop to learn in more detail how the many benefits of a comprehensive stormwater management plan can benefit our community and our lakes. I certainly thank you for that, and I believe your residents and businesses will as well.
Thank you, Sally.
Okay.
Anybody else? Yes, sir. Come ahead. Identify yourself and your affiliation with the city.
Hi, I'm Kevin McDuffie. I own 49 Olive Avenue, and my mom and I co-own 51 Olive. We back up to Lake Girard, and some of our property where we're showing the erosion comes from just beyond the hill that feeds to the lake. The mowing is the biggest issue that I see now. The guy comes around about 25 miles an hour, goes around trees 6 or 7 times. There's no way grass can grow. So there's obviously some issues with some training on how to implement that. But I too have love for the lake. I learned how to fish there as a kid. We've owned our houses since 1998, and saw when we first moved there, the city had a shed where we fed 4,000 local Canada geese for many, many years. They didn't migrate. So the pond has filled with fecal matter. Now I see a large improvement to the lake, but there still needs to be improvement. And since we see deer walking across the lake, so I'm not even sure what the depth is. I think it must be less than 2 feet. But in that case, I would be in support of dredging. I'm not sure what the ecological advantage or disadvantage is, but it just seems like that it can't sustain such a shallow depth. So I applaud your actions and hope that we can make that even more of a success. So thanks. Anyway.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Anybody else? If not, well, thank you. We'll see you at the November workshop meeting, and we'll talk about dealing with the accretion and the western prong of the lake, right? Yes, sir. Very good. Thank you very much. Appreciate you coming. Excuse me. With that, we're actually now going to get back in sequence here. We're going to go to the first item of old business, which is discuss nominations for commission, board, and committee appointments. As many of you know, it's the privilege of the mayor to make nominations for certain commissions and boards: Board of Adjustment, Planning Commission, Parks and Shade Tree Commission. And then when the mayor makes the nomination, the concurrence has to be achieved by the majority of the commissioners. As far as the committees and the task force, typically the committee and task force chairs make nominations, and that are then, of course, voted on by the mayor and commissioners. So nominations in front of you on the support document include the following: for Board of Adjustment, Edie Herron, Bill Pearlstein, and Mark Saunders. I interviewed each one of them, made sure they qualified, because we have certain qualifications for membership on those groups, and they fit the bill, and I was impressed with their desire to be on that and their commitment to the city, and so those are my nominations there. I'm just going to go through all of them. If anybody has a question, certainly speak up, but the next process, other than introducing today, would be that this same group would be on the agenda for our October 21st meeting for a vote at that time. I'm going down through all of them. These will not all be on the chart for voting on at the next meeting. Board of Elections, by example, serve 3-year terms, and none of them need to be reappointed at this point. Parks and Shade Tree Commission, they serve 3-year terms. I've met, Laura Ritter, I would like to reappoint. She's done a creditable job. And then there's some new members there, Renee Simonton and Carolyn Diefendorfer. I've met with both of them, and I would like to appoint them. We still have a vacancy, and so we need to put out a note seeking additional members of that commission. The Planning Commission, they serve 3-year terms each. You can see who has terms there that don't expire. The new nominations for Planning Commission are former Commissioner Susan Gay, who was actually a former Planning Commission member, and I thought she would have a very good fit there because she made application. Earl Stockdale and Susan Stewart are newbies, if you will. I met with them. They fit the criteria for qualifications, and I believe they will be a good addition. For some of the rest of these, I'm going to go down through them real quick. Again, these had nominations by the chairs, Animal Issues Committee. Commissioner Tim Bennett is the chair, and he is nominating Carolyn Diefendorfer for the Animal Issues. He has one vacancy only. The Audit Committee typically serve one-year terms. They get reappointed on an annual basis, but it's usually done within 2 to 4 weeks prior to their meeting. So we will entertain them later in the year. Boardwalk and Beach Committee, Commissioner Legree indicated all 9 of his members want to be reappointed. They serve one-year terms, and so he has no new nominees, and again, would give us a request to reappoint the 8 extra members there that are already on there. The election officials are the ones that appointed at least 2 weeks before. So I got that backwards with the Audit Committee. The Audit Committee, I think we probably will vote on them again. The election officials, we hold off on just because they're only needed during the election, and there's no point in electing them this early. Environment Committee, Ed Chernowski is still contemplating a couple vacancies there. Do you have any you want to put up now? You're still entertaining some membership.
Just the one that I guess you and I will speak about offline.
Yes.
In addition, I think we initially had 11 on that committee when it started, so I would reduce the number down to 9. So there would just be one.
Okay, well, let's chat. The interesting thing with some of these committees, if you recall, the criteria for qualification includes for the committees that they can be a stakeholder, meaning a resident outside the town or non-resident. And so if you had 5 residents voting members on your Environment Committee and 5 non-residents, that means you've only got 5 voting. So it's kind of an interesting scenario. So it all depends on what your composition is at the time. So we're going to hold off. We should be able to have some selections for the meeting, but we won't get notice for a little bit. Personnel Committee, I think they serve until they're replaced. That's the 3 that are noted there. Stormwater Utility Task Force, they serve for the duration of the assigned task. So there's nothing to vote on there. Street and Transportation Committee, also chaired by Commissioner Ed Chernowski, served 1-year terms. And Ed, you had 1 vacant on there. You were still contemplating when I created this list.
Yeah,
go ahead.
I'd like to nominate Chris Galanti, who is a resident on Munson Street, and he is a professional consultant with urban planning and transportation issues.
And he's been very vocal at some of your meetings and contributing, so I'll add him onto your list. Trees and Green Infrastructure Committee, if you recall, we nominated and approved Commissioner Bunky Markert to be chair of that committee. The members serve 1-year terms, and Susan Gay was the previous chair of that, former Commissioner Susan Gay, and she asked to be on there, so Bunky's nominating her, and then we still have 1 vacancy, I think, that is to be determined, so hang tight on that. The Wilmington-Baltimore Avenue Street Safe Task Force, they serve for the duration of the task, and so there's no voting to be there. As far as the organizational liaisons, we lost Commissioner Susan Gay as the liaison of the Chamber of Commerce. I'm nominating myself for that position, and that's the only vote we need at the next meeting on that. Otherwise, all the organizational liaisons are already set. Are there any comments from the commissioners?
I think it's a good slate of candidates.
Very good, thank you. Any public comment? Very good, thank you very much. And we'll move on to our next item of business, which is, city manager just left us, I think he'll be back, but next item of business is discuss Chapter 227, Solid Waste, Article 2, Rules and Regulations regarding the time restrictions imposed on putting out and retrieving containers as established in Section 227-9, collection of refuse, time limits, and in Section 227-11, collection of yard waste and recyclables, time limits, including discussion of time limits with respect to impacts on valet waste collection. What I wanted to do is have Evan, since he's not here, I'll remind everybody what some of this is about. If you recall, many years ago, there was a proliferation of waste bins out on the streets for extended periods of time, up to maybe 2 weeks sometimes, especially with non-residents leaving town, putting their bins out and then not coming back for 2 weeks, and being a big aesthetic headache, if you would, in the way I perceived it back at that time. So at that time, back in 2016, we created this ordinance that indicates that basically any of your waste bins for collection cannot be put out prior to 6 p.m. the day before, and have to be put back off the street by 9 p.m., and that if you have disposable containers, meaning waste bags, they cannot be out any earlier than 5 a.m. on the day of collection. And the purpose of that is to allow people to put out their trash without the bins, which means then they don't have to worry about putting them out. They don't have to worry about bringing them back in. But the restriction was no earlier than 5 a.m. for the purpose of keeping animals and vermin out from getting into the waste bin. So what we found out, the city manager found out, is that this seems to work fine for residents. Their ability to put out 1, 2, 3 cans or something after 6 p.m. only takes a few minutes. What we found out, though, that this has created a new valet service, which the city uses and offers, but also private enterprise in town created their own valet service. And what we found out, our city manager found out, especially because of complaints from some citizens, is that the valet service in particular, and some private residences, but this was focused on some of the valet vendors, are putting out bins as early as 8 a.m. the day before, which means that is what, 10 hours? Is that what it is? 10 hours prior to the allowed time in the code. So if you recall, we introduced this last time. We had the vendor from KKK Care come and speak to us, and she indicated that some of their problems with needing to put them out prior to the 6 p.m. Time frame in the code is because they want to get them out before dark, because they do all their work on bicycles. They also indicated that they want to put them out earlier because they want to be able to put out cans, and as they are bringing cans, putting them back on the property, they want to bring the next set of cans out for the next waste, which would be the sequencing would be what? Trash one day, waste another day, trash another day, recycle another day. Excuse me. So we're in a situation where this was introduced at the last meeting. And if you recall, one of the alternatives proposed by a city manager was that rather than saying the restriction is you can't start earlier than 6 p.m. the day before, could it be as early as 5 a.m.? So that's what? That's is that 13 hours prior? 13 hours prior. I believe at the last meeting I had thrown in the hat that said, and rather than 5 a.m., 13 hours before the restriction in the code, what about something like 2 o'clock p.m.? So that's what, 4 hours prior. And we never got any further. That was an introductory discussion, so now we want to resume discussion. But after that last meeting, somebody came forward to me and city manager and indicated that especially concerning 5 a.m., that maybe we should be taking a look at all these alternatives and what it means in terms of how many hours of the week the bins are out on the street. So I'm gonna, if you do the document camera. This was really not intended to show, so hopefully maybe you can get something out of it, but I'm going to give it an oral review here. Looking at this, what I'm trying to do is reflect the current code. And this is a reflection. Remember, we have a north pickup and we have a south pickup, so we have two different routines here. This illustrates the south pickup in terms of the current code, where you can see the earliest pickup is 6 p.m. That's the earliest that's the earliest that the bins can be put out on the street. And then you can see by 9 p.m., the bins have to be put back on the property off the street. And what I tried to do is highlight in yellow the amount of time that the bins are out on the street. So conversely, if you look at the times the streets are clean, clear, not any bins out there, in the current code scenario for the south, you would have Saturday completely clear. You've got Sunday completely clear until 6 p.m. at night. And then you've got Monday night into Tuesday evening clear. And then you've got the rest of this, all the bins out here. So you've got Saturday, most of Sunday, Monday into Tuesday. These are days that are, basically it's 3 times. So if you look at the north setup here, I'm in the north and we're a little more fortunate, just the way the bins work out for here. So we have the availability and clean streets, if you will, Saturday, Sunday, Monday until the evening, and that's it. So 1, 2, 3 also. So what happens, so again, that's basically 3 days clear. So what happens when we go to 5 a.m.? So now all of a sudden we go to 5 a.m. So rather than the earliest putting them out at 6 p.m., now this was saying 5 a.m. So again, that's 13 hours difference there. Look at that, and basically what we have transformed this into is clean streets, no bins, Saturday, and that's it. Otherwise, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday can have bins out there. Now remember, we're talking about trash bins, we're talking about yard waste bins, we're talking about recycle bins. And in the north, it's maybe a little better because of the different pickup schedule. So we have all of Saturday free and Sunday free, and then the rest of the week all has bins out there. So that by going 13 hours earlier is a significant difference, and in particular, kind of ruins the aesthetics on a Sunday. If we do a compromise and we go from 6 p.m. If we go from 6 p.m. to 2 p.m., that's a 4-hour difference. What we do is we have clean streets, if you will, no bins on Saturday, most of Sunday up till 2, so half a day Sunday, and then part of a day Monday night into Tuesday. So this, I think, is a better scenario than the 5 a.m. And I believe, personally, I believe that, I think as somebody said, one of the commissioners last time, maybe the vendors need to change their template, their business model. And so I think this might help facilitate it. For the north, again, going from 6 p.m. to 2 p.m., you've got open Saturday, Sunday, part of Monday, and actually part of Wednesday night into Thursday. So I think that this helps achieve what we're trying to do, and that going to a 5 a.m. schedule is just catering way too much to the valet service and doesn't solve our aesthetic problem. So, thank you. So I'd just like to open it for discussion. Commissioner Legree?
Have you had a chance to talk to the valet folks about the 2 p.m.?
Not yet, Commissioner.
I thought you had a conversation with them.
We had
generally.
we did have some broad discussions about if we were to extend the allowable time to as early as maybe noon, if that would accommodate, and they said no. Their preference is still to be able to put a can back and pull out the next can for the following day.
I thought we, in the beginning, talked about the problem of darkness.
Talked about, say that again?
Problem of darkness.
Working after dark. And for me, the 2 p.m. solves that. Mm-hmm. And I was interested to see if you'd talk to the vendors, because I would think it would solve it for them too.
So for me, the answer is yes. He talked to them about noon, and they said no. So what's the point in talking to them about 2 hours earlier? So, but I think that we ought to be running the show here.
I think I agree.
And I agree with, I think it was either Commissioner Bennett or Commissioner Sharp. Somebody at the last meeting said something about maybe they need to change their model.
It was me.
There, admit it. There you go.
I'll step up, but it was me.
Well, I'm with Commissioner Sharp. Maybe if we've solved the problem of darkness, I'm happy.
And I would like to interject that we do have, I have heard from a few residents who have expressed it would make it a lot easier for them if they didn't have to wait so late in the day. And so I think the 2 p.m. makes quite reasonable sense.
Now, understand, from my point of view, that we would be directing the city manager to enforce this new rule if we adopt it and we change it. And that means going out and doing active enforcement, and we don't have to fine everybody and give them monetary penalties unless they're a repeat offender, I suppose. You know, so more of it would be, we'd have to start off with education, number one, of everybody, because it's not just the valet vendors that we're talking about that violate this, some other people do. But then we need, Evan would probably meet with the vendor and then tell them what the program is, and we need to get on the ball and start enforcing this thing. So obviously this would be a code change. And so I need direction from you all on receptivity to what I'm hearing so far is receptivity to changing from a no earlier than 6 p.m. to no earlier than 2 p.m. the day prior to collection. Anybody else?
It's kind of I don't know if it's a problem that we're trying to solve here, but one of your charts up there in regard, it didn't take into consideration, in my opinion, that 7 months out of the year, we only pick up once a week. 5 months out of the year, we pick up twice a week. And in the winter, those 7 months, one of the contractors concerned about darkness and what have you. So in those 7 months, darkness comes a lot earlier. In the summer months, it doesn't. So that eliminates that issue. I'm not quite sure exactly how to move forward on it, but I think that, practically, in practicality, if you're here and you're a working individual or out running errands, doctor's appointments, what have you, 2 o'clock is really not practical. You're going to put it out when you leave for work in the morning, as many people do right now, and when you get home, you're going to pull it back unless you've hired the valet service, either the city's or the contract. So if we could consider seasonal hours perhaps might be more effective in solving the issue of clearing the streets, whether it be 2 p.m. during the summer when most people are around, you've got people coming and going to the beach, that type of thing. But in the winter where you've got more residents that they're working here, kids are going to school, what have you, that 5 a.m. Time period may be more applicable and solve the problem that we're trying to solve in that regards of keeping the streets clean. People say, well, what about seasonality? On another subject we're going to talk about here today, I've also gone through the code. We have 22 different code sites within our code that have seasonal dates, that we are from May 1 to September 30th, what have you.
Different topic.
It's not a different topic. I'm talking about the aspects of keeping the fact that people will push back on seasonality of things. We already have that in our code in 22 different other sites. So again, a suggestion of looking at the practicality of this, keeping the streets clean, but also making it worthwhile and really practical for our residents to put out the trash and take it back.
Well, I disagree with that. I think to keep it simple, it should all be the same on a year-round basis. I think you mischaracterized the worker that wants to put it out before 2 p.m. That's putting it out 2 p.m. the day prior to collection date. If they're living home, they can put it out that night or even the morning of collection. So I don't buy that argument. I'd like to make that change to 2 p.m. on a year-round basis, and I think we will benefit greatly aesthetically from that. Anybody?
I'm in favor of 2 p.m.
Well, I've got 3 that want to see it progress, and so I will, if I'm not hearing from anybody else, I will put on the agenda for the voting meeting to make that change. All right?
For me, as related to the valet service, practically, I don't think it's going to matter. If we say they can't put it out until 2 p.m., and on the days where they're picking up and pulling a new can out, if I were them, I would just wait until 2 o'clock so it's not really going to make a difference. They'll wait until 2 o'clock to pull the old ones out or back in and the new ones out.
Well, that reflects what Commissioner Sharp said about changing their business model. He started at a different time.
And we're cutting the days down in half for the winter, which is when we worry about the threat of darkness.
Right.
So I think for me, it's a go.
We'll go to members of the public. Is anybody out there would like to say something? Carolyn, come up and give us your name and affiliation with the city. And
Carolyn Ellen Diefendorfer, city resident. I want to point out a couple things. One, yard waste is only every other week. So looking at Wednesday, I think eliminate that because it's only every other week. But you will allow people to put out bags of yard waste every single day. So I want to keep that in mind. But the other thing is you're still going to have a can on the street. If you give until 9 o'clock to take the empty off, but you don't let them put a new one out, the only time they're doing that is when there's back-to-back days. You're still going to have a can on the street. Whether it's empty or full, does it really matter? Because they're not going to go around twice and put the empties back first and then go back after 2 and put them out. So you still have cans on the street. I don't know why that is a problem for anybody if it's a full one versus an empty one, because it's only on back-to-back days that you have that issue.
Thank you. Well, that's where with my chart, I tried to show the days bins are out there. It didn't discriminate whether the cans are full or empty. It says they're out there, and it says they will be out there less with a 2 p.m. time frame than a 5 a.m. time frame. So again, at the direction of at least the majority speaking up, we'll put it on for a 6 p.m. I'm sorry, change to 2 p.m. Any other comments?
Just
Go ahead.
For information during the vote, when we pick it up next time, does the city have the capability of absorbing any additional members or participants in our valet system? If, for instance, the can company were to decide that they can't live with this and what have you, but do we have any capacity to expand?
So I think we could. I think the question is going to be how many new valet customers do we receive? KK Can Care said at the last meeting or one of our previous meetings that they now have over 400 customers. I would say that we certainly don't have the capacity with the existing staff and the existing equipment to take on 400 new members. The other thing I want to mention too is that the city provides a valet trash service. What KK Can Care does is they provide a valet not only trash, but I believe they also do yard waste and recycling. So they provide a little bit more in terms of a service than the city currently does.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any further comments on this? All right, we'll progress this to the next meeting. With that, we're going to go item C of old business, which is to discuss city code related to construction, including but not limited to Chapter 105, Demolition of Buildings, specifically definition of demolition. Turn it over to Evan Miller.
Thank you, Mayor. So before you are some draft demolition definitions for your consideration. Some of the takeaways that I had from the last meeting was desire to look at differentiating between commercial demolition and residential demolition. It sounded like there was also some interest in looking at exterior demolition, not so much interior, tenant fit out, that type of demolition. Certainly, a most recent example had us bring in exterior wall as a component of commercial demolition as well as a roof assembly. So both the exterior wall and roof assembly definitions are taken from International Building Code, and then the commercial demolition, residential demolition, both were definitions that I had worked with Matt Janis and Corey Shinko on. I want to also add that story was also taken, that definition was taken from International Building Code. Some of the challenge, and I've bolded some of the context in the existing code, would be taking a similar definition or applicability that's in the code now relating to demolition being an entire building or structure. We have building and structure defined in our code, I believe in Chapter 270, and there's some important elements, I think, of both of those definitions that we want to consider as we move towards defining demolition. First would be for the definition of building, it says a structure that is usually roofed, walled, and built for permanent use as for a dwelling unit or commercial purpose. So the word usually, I know, sometimes hangs us up in terms of just the terminology. We believe it probably should be removed. The second definition, structure, you'll see that again, if we were to keep demolition of an entire building or structure as it currently exists in the code, structure includes things like signs, filters and equipment, heating, ventilation, cooling devices, fences, compressors, pumps, showers, some of those other items that we think may not be applicable to a demolition permit. So again, before you are some definitions for some consideration. Certainly this isn't a complete package. We just wanted to put some draft definitions before you and seek some feedback and input you might have. I think another component that we will need to look at further down the road is fees charged for demolition, whether or not there's any consideration given to a lesser fee if it is demolishing an exterior wall or roof assembly as opposed to an entire building or structure. So that's all I have, Mayor, and certainly Matt and Corey are here and able to answer any questions.
Thank you. So this is a work in progress.
It is.
They're asking for our input. In terms of the definition of building, lines 30, 31, maybe we can get some legal advice on this, but maybe the wording's just changed to a structure, whether roofed or not, walled and built for permanent use. Because I agree, the word usually and substantial and some of those things are dangerous terms to work in there. So are there any, we took out, you took out the mention of 750 square foot or more with a connection to the city water or sewer lines. Did you mention that?
I did not mention that. We did keep that in for the residential demolition definition because there are certain situations in which a building or structure is under 750 square feet but is still tied to city water sewer. So we wanted those to be applicable. For the commercial demolition definition, we just removed it because, again, we're getting a little bit more particular about the entire building or structure or components of that building or structure.
Well, one thought I have in terms of the deletion of line 50 there, connection to the city water or sewer lines, that if it's apropos, then perhaps there's a better place in the code for it. Say that no work on connections to city water or sewer lines can take place between this time frame, rather than including it in the demolition thing. So that's a thought.
There is, I think, also in building and licensing can speak to this too. There is a requirement that water sewer be disconnected prior to any demolition taking place too. So I think that's part of the reason why we removed that section from commercial demolition.
You want to say
Would you like
something?
comment?
Go ahead.
Yeah,
Identify yourself.
Absolutely. It's Matt Janis, Chief Building Official for the city. There is a requirement that both water and sewer make inspections of those disconnects before we allow demolition to occur. And that goes across the board for both commercial and residential applications.
Is that, where in code does that fall?
I would have to refer to the code exactly, but it is definitely a requirement.
But I'm just curious as to, should that be included in here so you're not having to look, oh yeah, by the way, it's over here and not here type of thing, trying to make this as user-friendly as possible if we're updating the language.
Right, and right now I believe it's a policy thing in our documentation, but it's also listed in the code book, and I'd have to do some research to verify it for you.
And if I may, Evan, something that I heard you use the word, and I caught this with under the current building, says a structure usually roofed, walled, and built for permanent use as for a dwelling unit. Now, we're just saying dwelling here, but I think we define dwelling unit, which takes on a different meaning.
Sure.
So is the phrase here dwelling or dwelling unit,
That was
which would
probably
be
a typo.
appropriate?
That was probably a typo, Commissioner.
Well, I'm just curious, because to me, I looked at dwelling unit, and here it just says dwelling, so.
It should probably be included in both. So verbiage should be added to include both types of situations.
And I'm curious where in residential demolition, where do garages and sheds fall?
Garages and sheds fall under the under 100 or 750 square footage. That's how they are charged or permitted to be demolished. The fee raises if there are sewer and water connections to them, but typically they're, I believe it's $300 to bring those down.
But could they be demolished during the season then? Because they're under 750 and they don't have water?
So a shed can be replaced by a shed.
Okay,
It can,
during any time of the year,
during any time of year.
as true of a garage
Correct.
or any structure that falls below 750 and has no water or sewer connection.
Correct.
Okay. Is that acceptable? I'm just curious if we're talking about demolition and people get freaked out about demolition, but I won't say this is a loophole, but is it okay to tear down your shed and tear down your garage during the season? And people, we have noise and we've got dumpsters on the streets and et cetera. It's probably a one-day deal, I would assume, but I'm just curious that if that's an issue or just it's okay.
Well, you still can't have dumpsters.
You can have it on the property. You can't have it on the street. Yeah.
Maybe we could solve it by lowering the square footage to where you could tear a shed down or a shower down in your backyard, but not your garage. If you go down to 100
Have we had any problems over the years with 750 square foot?
I don't believe, no. And if I could add,
Maybe we're trying to solve a problem that doesn't exist.
That's why I'm asking. I just don't know if it's necessary, but
I'll yield to Patrick and the mayor.
I don't see it as a problem. I'm just saying that, again, is the point to try to eliminate demolition during the season because of vehicles on the street and noise and that type of thing. And, as I say, a shed or a garage probably takes a day or two, which I don't think would be a big deal. But again, if we make the changes and somebody says, well, now the guy's, cutting down the shed here or the garage, can't you guys fix it? I'm just bringing it up now as opposed to somebody calling Evan on the phone and saying, why is there demolition going on in my neighbor's yard? And it's during the season. I don't have a problem with leaving it as is, but I'm just bringing that point up. That's all I'm saying.
I've just put up on the screen the residential demolition. This is a new definition, correct?
Correct.
For the purposes of this chapter is defined as the destruction or razing, whether intentional or due to neglect, of an entire building or structure that is 750 square feet or more and or has a connection to the city water.
Is removal of the building a demolition?
as defined currently, demolition is the entire removal of any building or structure on that entire lot.
Well, I
for
was
both
only asking
commercial
basically
and-
destruction, if it's not destroyed. Yeah, okay.
That brings up a good point that we've struggled with a few applications through the years. From time to time, some of the older structures, their foundations start to go bad, and property owners would like to raise the building, replace the foundation, and set it back down. The department has typically taken the position that if you raise the building, that is a demolition. So that triggers certain upgrades that have to happen when you put it back down. If you're going to do that, sort of a policy question for you all is that policy? Some of the communities who are looking towards saving older structures from a historic perspective have started to go away from that view and have started to say if you're just raising it to replace the foundation and put it back down, it's not viewed as demolition. The courts are a little bit split on it. The old cases pretty much took the position that we've taken in Rehoboth Beach, that if you raise it to do any work on the foundation, that's akin to demolition. But it's a policy question that you all might want to consider as you go through
I
this
would not
definition.
agree to that. I think it's part of remodeling. I don't think it's destruction or demolition. Unless they're tearing down half of the building or something while they're raising the other half or something. And if you look at our definition here for the destruction or raising of an entire building or structure, I don't see raising it and retrofitting footers as destruction or raising.
Right.
Most
I
of
think
the
it's something we may see more of, though.
Yeah, I don't care. I don't believe I agree with it. And I don't know whether that's policy versus code, but I would say that the policy needs to be changed.
We even have one that we're looking at, I think still ongoing, which is a raise it, lift, or lift it. I should use the word lift instead of raise because it gets confusing. Lift it, turn it, set it back down.
Right.
Where we have one of those now. And is that?
I still don't call it demolition, you know. I'm not sure what you call it. You know, we've also got a situation where the commercial business next to Zogs, what are they called? Or actually, the new Zogs is in it. That was a house that was at ground level and was literally lifted up in a commercial building built underneath it. I wouldn't call that demolition. I think it's new construction or remodeling or something like that.
Mr. Mayor, I might add that Drift underwent the same process very recently.
Drift, correct. It's old seafood shack,
Right.
Correct.
But in doing that, does that also make the change of updating to current codes with regards to electrical, plumbing, stairwells, window access, all that kind of good stuff?
It does. The department held that, and historically from what I can see, is that once you break that foundation, you need to bring the structure up to codes.
But am I understand the policy is that in lifting a house, is that considered demolition?
It is in the city of Rehoboth Beach. That's the position that Rehoboth has taken. But that's why I raise it, because I think it's really a policy consideration for the commissioners, because there's a split in the law. And we debated whether it should be considered demolition or not. As I say, other jurisdictions as a matter of policy are going away from considering lifting and setting back down demolition.
And I think we all know why that's being done. And it sounds like we're allowing that. If you jack up your house, put a new foundation on it, you get to keep your footprint, and you put the house back down, and you have a new house on a grandfathered footprint. And I think if we call it a demolition, we are allowing someone to demolish their house and keep the old grandfathered footprint.
No.
Is that, am I missing it, Stan?
If they tear it down, they have to conform to the new codes.
Yeah.
Right.
That's why there's always a caution about having an old house and trying to retain certain portions of it. Because if you tear it down, relate that to license agreements. We've talked about an old house that I had where the front stoop was in part on city property. I was very carefully in remodeling 99% of the house to make sure we left the front stoop alone, because I didn't want to lose the flavor of that old house that encroached into the city property. It was more for aesthetics than anything. But if I had taken down that front porch, then I would have had to come into complete compliance on the house as well as at least the front porch section.
But our current policy is contradictory in that we consider it demolition because it's raised up. They have to bring everything else into code compliance except square footage and footprint. Is that correct?
Relatively, yes. You have some existing nonconformity laws that you have to view in that process as well. So in existing nonconformity, you are allowed to repair and replace what has previously been permitted. So it gets a little muddy as we go down that trail as well.
Yeah,
I think we need to do more homework on this because, again, I don't look at raising a house, lifting a house. We don't want to confuse it with R-A-Z-I-N-G. That lifting a house, to me, is a remodeling or a new construction or whatever, but we don't have that defined. Right. So maybe that's what one of our next steps is, that we need to define that. and compare it to our proposed new definitions up here. And we can certainly use the Seafood Shack and some other places as templates for reviewing whether the code proposals are appropriate or not.
And also, I'm curious to know why this is policy as opposed to codified in the sense, because building inspectors change, solicitors change, policy changes, interpretation changes, so it kind of goes with the flow. So what is the reasoning this is a policy statement as opposed to a codified statement?
Well, I don't even know if we need to answer that. I would say it's got to be codified, period.
I'm just curious why we're there, but.
Yeah.
Well, I think the other section of the code that we likely should look at, if there's interest in having raising of a building or moving of a building on the lot to constitute demolition, would be looking at Chapter 109, which addresses moving prohibited during certain periods. So, and I believe if a house is moved, it requires a demolition permit. And so I guess within that chapter of the code, it says any structure with a width of 15 feet or more has a square footage of 750 square feet or more on or over the streets of the city of Rehoboth Beach. So I think looking at that chapter and possibly tweaking some of that language, again, if there is interest in further defining house raising, house relocation, things like that, would probably, I think, best be addressed in that chapter as opposed to demolition.
So we need to expand this topic to incorporate that discussion as well.
Could I take a aspect on that and expanding this topic and just share this language with you, if I may? It deals still with 105, but the one aspect that we did not address here yet is the emergency situations. Right. And I think we all know that this was really what brought this into focus was the sandcastle and who made the decision, how it was made, and all that. That's water over the dam, what have you. But I think that because of that, we should perhaps take a look at that emergency situations. And I've passed out some here and give it to you. It's just as, I don't say a simple, but inserting the words, the current reads, the demolition of any building or structure during the prohibited periods or during the 30-day waiting period is permitted in emergency situations only if the mayor and city manager, and then I've inserted or suggested to be inserted, make a written finding that a bona fide emergency exists, stating reasons why the public health and safety require more expeditious demolition. So basically, confirming to what reasoning went behind that. Right now, we didn't have a paper trail, if you will, that we were easily going. So if we were to include this suggested language or some language around this, I just think it would help maybe solve a problem that we perceived to have in the past. So I just want to address that situation also. Sure. So I'd ask that to be added to the discussion for next time this comes up.
Sure.
And as long as we're on that subject, it's still in 105.9. Just curious, in walking around town on Monday, I noticed a lot of construction taking place, which is good. But I'm curious to know, again, is this policy or what have you, is that under our hours of construction in 105.9, we list 6 holidays that construction is prohibited. However, in the Delaware state holidays, which we observe by the city that our offices are closed and what have you, we have 15. So if we could look at that at some point of just to say, yep, we're good with this, or there's an issue. The ones that are not, that hours of construction can take place at the city, but are actually a legal holiday, are Martin Luther King, President's Day, Good Friday, Juneteenth, Columbus Day, Election Day, Return Day, Veterans Day, and the Friday following Thanksgiving. So again, as we're talking about this, I would just think that consistency, or if there's a substantial reason why we limit or only allow construction to not take place on those 6 days as opposed to the 15 official state holidays, just to take a look at it. Again, the time to address this is now since we're looking at this. Thank you.
Anything else from the commissioners? Any members of the public like to say anything about this topic? No, thank you very much. With that, we'll go to the next item of old business, discuss fee structure and policy objectives for issuance of license agreements, authorizing encroachment of a structure in the city right-of-way. If you recall, we talked about this at a previous meeting. I'm just going to summarize a couple things real quick, and that is that license agreements, there is a, in fact, let me bring it back up there. There is a, well, there's a support document in the embedded in the agenda. You can see it here. It explains what licenses are all about. This document, if you recall, reviews that seems to be no structure with or formula for the fee charge, anywhere from $0, $1, $10, $20 a fee, and also square footage, anywhere from, I say 10 cents. I found one that's 2 cents a square foot, $1, $3.50, and $3.90 feet per square foot. So there's no consistency in formulating fees in what we charge. I had proposed in that support document a 3-part fee structure. Initial non-refundable administrative fee of $325 to accompany the request, cover the city's attorney fee, followed by an annual administrative fee of $30 to be incorporated into the annual fee, if there is an annual fee. My goal today is to inform you of a couple things, to share a few things with you, and then to ask for your input, either now or at a future meeting, on how to find the formulas. What I would like to come out at today's meeting with is an agreement for the $325 fee to start right away, and then the annual administrative fee of $30. Glenn, I would ask you, Evan and I came up with the $325 fee to basically cover your thing. I found some old literature that indicates that a previous mayor had approached the license applicant to say, you create and write the license agreement based on our template, and then our city attorney will read it. I'm not sure the propriety of that versus just putting it all in your hands, so for consistency that they're all the same, and that you write it. Do you have any opinion on that?
There's an adage, Mayor, that says you get more at the drafting table than you get at the negotiating table. So if you get to draft the document, you're kind of in control. So my preference on behalf of my client is that I draft the document.
You would draft it, and then appropriately, you would have to confer with the applicant to request a plat and different details and things like that. So there is considerable amount of time involved by the city solicitor, and again, that's why Evan and I came up with the $325 fee there. And I think that matches, Commissioner Gossett, your earlier notation on what a fee should be. So I would like to see us agree to go that direction. Now, do we need to vote on that, I guess? There's a different, I don't know what the policy is on license agreements. I don't believe it's in the code.
Right. I don't think you need to vote on it. I mean, we have had instances where somebody will request a license and they will have found one of our previous ones and they'll use it as a template. And with their request, they'll supply the license. So that happens not frequently, but it has happened in the past. And again, these aren't, if we stick with the standard template that we pretty much use and then have a standard fee, or at least a way of calculating the standard fee, this is not a real difficult drafting exercise. So $325 should cover it.
So I will consider whether to put this on the next agenda for a vote, even though Glenn says we don't have to, just so we memorialize it. But those are the two things. Do we have any questions of these right now?
Would this be a written policy? Is that, this would be a policy as opposed to codifying?
I'm just saying a vote, and.
I'm just curious, are we
Yeah,
creating a
I don't know how we
policy?
memorialize it other than in the minutes, but.
But yeah, I think it's a policy. It's not an ordinance that's going to get codified someplace in the code.
So, but this would be a written policy so that if someone wants a license agreement, the city could hand them information, written information, as this is the process and this is what it's based on.
Yeah, that's probably a good idea to create something like that. If you want a license agreement means this. The way to approach it is confer with our city solicitor.
I mean, I can draft.
There'll be an initial application fee of $325.
I have a perspective on that I'll share, that maybe a reason not to have a written policy on it. You know, I've always come from the perspective of city property is city property, and you should deal it out very sparingly. And to the extent you have a policy, hey, if you want to license some of the city's property, you're almost saying to the public, we're available for business, come ask, you know?
I'm not interpreting it that way at all. I'm looking at a policy as, if you want to make application to the city, here are some steps. And one of the steps is to make application, submit a $325 fee, blah, blah, blah. I've also thought about a policy on setting conditions and such that license agreements shall not be considered in order to comply with zoning requirements, okay? But I also believe in what you just indicated, that perhaps that's going too far, and that should be an individual consideration for each license agreement. So what are you intending for a policy?
Something, again, so that there's something in writing so that as solicitors change, mayors change, building officials change, it's not on the whim of what is that. So there is a procedure, not necessarily a policy, but maybe a procedure, if you will.
Right.
And again, I would agree to the $325. I think the administrative fee annual $30 is fine, and I would also support the based on a percentage, 10% of the current land value, the assessment of the property to determine the actual fee charged.
Okay, and so we're getting there, Patrick. So again, I want to review. The first billing would be a fixed administrative fee of $325, you pay up front. The second billing would be a year out when you pay the annual administrative fee to cover the administrative roll and pack billing. And then there's an annual fee, a third component, to compensate for the use of the property, and the sum of these two is the annual billing. So what I wanted to review with you, there's a sample license agreement here. What I wanted to do, I didn't put it in the support documents. I just want to give you some oral things if you want to take some notes. And again, what this is targeting is how do we create a formula for charging for use of city property? Can there be a formula? How do we want to do it? So in the residential area there, this happens to be my old property. There was a 30 square foot encroachment into the public property for a portion of a stoop with steps. They actually made me remove the steps at one point instead of off the front, and I put them on the side. That was established about 1940, which predates the zoning code. And I think this is a mistake. I mean, I wrote it, but I think we were actually charged $10 a square foot, but or $10 a year for 30 square feet. But the latest version I saw said $0 a year, so that's $0 a square foot. For the next residential one that I have is 502 square foot. Happens to be that Olive Avenue Presbyterian church that we just did, a week or so ago. This, I'm omitted the date, it's 1968 was the original. It was a 502 square foot encroachment on the public park. And I made a note here that that's 502 square foot of parkland we gave them to cover 77 square foot of structures, a tank and a shower enclosure. I think if this were a new application, I think maybe we would have had trouble or something with it. But because this was a housekeeping item, if you remember, we used to have it before, and we did it. So we were comfortable, or at least the majority was, giving them that 502 square feet. They were charged $10 a year, which was the original fee in 1968. Which amounted to 2 cents a square foot, and we renewed that in 2022 just recently. For the commercial, this is a spa up near the Boardwalk. They had 28 square feet encroachment onto a city sidewalk coming out their side door. They wanted a new stoop and steps. That was a commercial application, and that was done in 2011 for $100 a year, which amounts to $3.50 square foot. Just my personal offering here is that I voted against that because there was an option for other than having them use the city property. So I thought that was not proper, but the next one is 315 square feet use of city property. This, I think, is 45 Lake, issued in 2019, sought in order to comply with off-street parking requirements. This helped them come into compliance with the zoning parking requirements for $315 a year, and the formula there was $1 a square foot, and there was really no rationale for the $1 square foot. It was just plucked out of the air. The next one's 177 square foot use of city street and alley. I think this is Agave Restaurant for storage of 2 dumpsters, propane tank, and fencing. They were given for 177 square foot. They were charged $1 a square foot, came to 177 a year. Again, there was absolutely no formula for that. I was just plucked out of the air. And again, I'm going to do a little commentary, I guess, for 45 Lake, that one, in my opinion, when I voted against it, was because there was alternative to using the city property, and the ditto for Agave down here for storage of 2 dumpsters. In my opinion, that I voiced at that time, there could have been entire use of the property for all this and not using city property. The 460 square foot encroachment on public sidewalk is a canopy overhang. In my mind, that's more of an aesthetic thing rather than a functional needed thing. But it helped. This was McQuay's Market, which is now Egg, and we charged them $10 a year, which amounts to 2 cents a square foot. 100 square feet encroachment on the public property in 2018 was for a dumpster pad and fencing. That's the Sandcastle Hotel next door that did not have room for a dumpster, and the city allowed them through a license agreement to put a dumpster pad and fencing on city property in the city parking lot behind the fire department for $10 a year, which amounted to $1 a square foot. And lastly, 245 square foot encroachment on the public property in 2015. Who is that? This is actually Stony Lonan. They have a building on the corner of 2nd and Wilmington. And somehow, probably a long time ago, their building was built such that it was built over the property line on Wilmington, over the property line on 2nd Street. And because the building extended beyond the property line, they were charged $960 a year, $3.92 a square foot. In the literature that I researched, former Commissioner Don Derrickson actually proposed $10 a square foot for this, and you can see what the end result is there. So again, this is just to demonstrate that there is no particular formula. What we did find, Evan, you did some research. I did some research. Let me get something here. I found the city of Windsor. I think that's California. They came up with land values for residential, $10 a square foot. They came up with a land value for commercial, $12 a square foot. Industrial, institutional, and downtown land values at $25 a square foot. They also had risk factors, which I thought were interesting. It's very, very complex formula that I want to keep it simple, rather than all these different things. But one of their things they have is a risk factor, such that if the encroachment is from ground level up to 8 feet high, that is a fairly good risk factor because it has the potential for impacting pedestrians and encroaching in pedestrian ways. Whereas any encroachments for license agreements from 8 foot and above, they say is less a 0.3 risk factor because it's above head. And I guess that would apply to fascia signs and canopies and awnings and things like that. So that's kind of an interesting scenario there. The other thing is, I mentioned impact on public use of city property. I mentioned that, rate formulas. Again, I found very little research after our last meeting finding that there are some municipalities that don't even allow license agreements. Now, I feel we have to, especially because, not necessarily for new ones. I think they're an individual consideration for new ones. But when we find old ones, like my old house that was built 40 before zoning codes, and then we find out we apply for a building permit, and all of a sudden it's made known that we have an encroachment on the city property and we need that license agreement, especially if you're buying a house and settling, right? They want everything up to date. But some of the places, very few places have nonprofit special treatment. They consider the criteria for commercial is more expensive because they're for a for-profit business. I didn't mention DeFibos. Most people don't know it, but for DeFibos restaurant, they have an outdoor patio on Baltimore, it faces Baltimore. And actually, they had to rebuild that patio 12 years ago or so. And when they did that, they said, we want to rebuild this. They came to the commissioners and said, our property's awning stops 3 feet short of the property line where the sidewalk is. And the city decided through a license agreement to let them have an extra 3 feet of public property so that they could expand their outdoor dining covered canopy by 3 feet. And I don't have what the price was on that, but I guess the scenario, I'm pointing it out because that's a commercial business. They're going to get extra seats, extra profits from utilizing city property. Should maybe we contemplate that they have a higher formula or something, just like, not unlike Stony Lonin. Because of their extra encroachment into city property, they probably yield more seats. So again, I had thought of a policy for that kind of thing, but maybe they're just things that need to be noted so that when we act on individual license agreements, we have those things in mind. Evan, you wanted to report on some of your research from the local Delaware municipalities. I think was not necessarily that fruitful either.
Sure, Mayor, thank you. I did put a survey out to the City Managers Association of Delaware. I had 12 responses. 7 responses came back that they do not allow encroachments onto city or town right of way or do license agreements. Of the few that did, there are 2 that allow for encroachments, but they do not charge a fee. The other 3 do bill sort of annually for encroachments. There is no real set formula. I did get some insight from the City of Milford. I'm still waiting for some information, but they follow a process, I think, not unlike what Mayor Mills presented at one of the last meetings, where they try to determine a land value for that public property And then they basically take that encroachment and try to determine what a reasonable fee would be annually for that encroachment onto that land based on the appraisal value. They also take into consideration some other things, such as what is the impact on the public's use of that property. So, for example, in Rehoboth, the impact on the public's use of property on Rehoboth Avenue may be greater than the impacts on the public's use for property out, in Cranberry Park. So they have a couple considerations that they think of when drafting license agreements. Again, I'm still waiting for some more information, but Mayor, not unlike some of the approach or some of the things that you've considered in your approach.
Right, so for Milford, you're still waiting on a response to their, I asked about how do they calculate an appraisal of city property? Right. So we haven't gotten that information yet. And I don't know, I think I would find that interesting. I'm also considering what I said Patrick earlier is about utilizing the actual land values for, now, should the land value be equal anywhere in the city? That's a question I don't know, for, remember, one Cookman down here, 4,200 square feet, land value $600,000, $142 a square foot. Whereas maybe out in Schoolview or something, your land value might be quite a bit less. And that comes back to the question, is it really less impact on the public out that far versus a house in the first block of the ocean? I don't know the answer to that, but I think somehow we need to probably identify how to value the land that they are encroaching on. And I think that's the crux of this conversation, Patrick.
The assessments are based on location. So I don't remember the exact number of assessed blocks, if you will, but the assessed value in the first ocean block versus second ocean block, third ocean block, they're all different equations that feed into the final formula for determining the assessed value of the property. So it is based on location. Commercial is higher, beachfront is higher. You go back towards the canal or you go to Schoolview, there's a different calculation fee for that. So it is based on use or location.
So can we just use the assessment value of the particular property that's coming in front of us as a basis, a foundation, and then consider taking a percentage of it?
To me, that would be the fairest way to do it, in the sense that it's not arbitrary just based on the whim of who's ever sitting up here, but there's an actual formula to apply, because all of those assessed values, people have the chance to disagree with them and they can appeal their assessment, what have you. So it is an opportunity that it's done by a third party, if you will. It's not, again, just something pulled out of our hat.
Well, I'm torn between what the formula should be. Because again, using my property right down the street here, it comes to $142 a square foot. And I'm wondering if, well, maybe it needs to be high, because we should be encouraging people to not use our property. There's no reason some of these license agreements we've had, they couldn't have moved their encroachment and removed the encroachment off the city property. Isn't that the goal? So I'm torn between what is a proper fee to use the public city property.
I would be thinking along those lines. I mean, just if you do the kind of ballpark estimate that if a 5,000 square foot city, that just speaking in terms of residential lots, if the market value is, let's say, $500,000, if 500,000, that would put the square footage value of about $100 a square foot, just ballpark. And I'm thinking that obviously that varies somewhat, land, and I'm thinking just land value. Now, obviously you could probably add in other details with regard to the use and the story above it and so forth. But I just think, and the mere fact, as you were saying, that if you have a relatively recent reassessed value for the city. I mean, that didn't happen all that long ago. I mean, I think it makes it somewhat reflective of what market should be. And then the assessed value is typically about a half or something like that. So you could factor it if you wanted to. If you think like $100 is just way too much or something, like, then some factor thereby. But I'm just looking at it, if people own the property that they want to get from the city, it just wouldn't be an issue. So I think it's more reflective on what their value is, what they're paying to have what they have, and then base it upon the comparative value of the property that they want to take then from the city and then function it that way. So
Well,
that's
then I come back to this differential between residential and commercial. Again, I thought I'd give some good examples of commercial encroaching on the city property and facilitating extra dining tables and dining chairs. To me, that they should be paying a premium for that.
Mayor, I agree, but they're also, the impact needs to be considered, not just the property value. An overhang, to me, it's not obstructing the pedestrian traffic, it's aesthetically pleasing. I'd like to not encourage, but certainly don't want to have them pay as much as someone that's using more sidewalk space for dining patios. And one example is back here in the parking lot. Forget the dumpster pad and fencing, I think. Taking up space in the city property back here off the parking lot. If that otherwise could have been a parking space, then my view is they should be paying $2,040 a year at least on whatever the value of that parking space would have been. So I think it needs to, some consideration needs to be made on what would that space otherwise be used for.
Well, now I can't find my notes. I have to do it from memory. That could be dangerous. Two things. One is that the city of Windsor, California, their formula. Remember, I said they have a 1.25 risk factor if the encroachment is from the ground level up to 8 feet. And then above 8 feet, it's instead of 1.25, it is a 0.3. Now, I think the formula is too hard to deal with, but it's an interesting concept that if it's high and above the people, that like the canopy you mentioned, then it could be a lesser formula. The other thing they had, if you recall, I read to you some formulas for the downtown per square foot, the residential per square foot. They also had, where the heck did it go? They also had a formula for parking space, that if you use a parking space, and they calculated it out. For them, it was $325, which I don't know, we'd have to see. I don't know what that means, because if it's just a parking space that's unmetered, maybe $325 is worth it. But if it's a parking metered space that earns us revenue, that we're now losing that revenue, then maybe it needs to go up a lot more. But I thought that was an interesting scenario that, 45 Lake, we lost. If we hadn't agreed to that license agreement, there would be 2 more parking spaces on the street. And according to the city of Windsor's formula, that would have been $325, $650. And yet we're only charging them, what did we say? We're only charging them half of that, less than half of that. So that's kind of an interesting concept. Anybody else?
I only mention, to answer your question, I guess I'll be clear. I think there needs to be a few different categories in a formula. Residential, definitely less than commercial. Have a height category over sidewalks. Have a commercial sidewalk category. And then if it's impacting something that would have otherwise been generating revenue for the city. It needs to at least cover that amount. And I only mentioned the $2,040 off the top of my head because I think when we talked about doing streeteries or parking lot cafes, that was the maximum value that a parking spot, a metered spot, brought in.
How much?
I think it was $2,040.
2,040?
Yeah. If it was,
So the
if
three,
it was occupied, 12 hours a day during
Right,
the season. That's my recollection. I could be wrong.
Commissioner Sharp?
Just a clarification, City Solicitor. I think you mentioned we should be using these sparingly. Did I catch that correctly? And I got a follow-up question. If I caught it correctly, can you just help me as I think about this? Why do we allow it in the first place?
So traditionally, I did say, my view is that they should be exercised sparingly, and that's mostly because of historically the way Rehoboth Beach has approached it. And historically, Rehoboth Beach has approached this issue from a perspective of, if it's an existing encroachment, something that happened years ago, it's been there for years and years and years, the city is willing to consider it, like McQuay's Market, the overhang that was there for years and years and years. When they came to us and said they would like to remodel, the approach of the city was, well, that's something that's existed forever. Let's take a look at it and consider a license agreement. The city, on the other hand, has been very reluctant to consider, certainly in the context of new construction, encroachments onto the city property. So historically, it's been the view that it's dirt, they're not making any more of it, we only have so much of it, let's not give it away too quickly.
And that makes perfect sense, but how do we differentiate something that happened in 1940 from something that happened in 1999? I mean, where is it that we draw the line that, okay, Rehoboth is not the Rehoboth of 1940, is it even the Rehoboth of 2000?
Well, I think we need to be subjective.
Yeah.
I think it's totally in our hands, I mean, I haven't been bashful about explaining some of my votes. The agave thing with the restaurant was an absolute debacle in my mind because it was a brand-new property, brand new, and yet they designed the storage facilities for propane tanks and dumpsters outside the property, on city property. And how we ever allowed that to happen, I don't know, other than I know why, but because of the composition of the mayor and commissioners at that time. But to me, that's an example that it should never have happened, and there's other examples like that. So I think we have to be very prudent when we consider new options and why they want to do it, because again, that's a totally different scenario than these old ones that were allowed by the city to happen. And now they're getting caught in applying for new building permit applications, and they can't proceed to get those applications until they get a license agreement. Commissioner, anything else? Commissioner Jay Legree.
I'm Jay Legree. I live on 7 Prospect Street. I've lived there owned since 1990. Is it possible that this, I'm just looking at the one on Olive Avenue that's on page 32. Is it possible that that wasn't even the Rehoboth of 1873 when they built this structure? How long has that been there? Is it possible that we put the border of Cranberry Park after the building was there? Do we do that? Have we done zoning when, I know we have on some places, the zoning runs through the middle of somebody's house. If we get this price jacked up pretty high, we'll be going to court, I bet, and we're gonna have to have clear titles and all kinds of stuff if we, I'm just asking. Anybody know when Cranberry Park border did the city take some of this person's property? Or the structure?
I would say we can't answer any of those questions,
I don't
Jay.
think so either. The Rehoboth Beach Camp Meeting Association, that's fairly old. I just wonder if it was there before we run the border of our city limits.
So where do we go from here? We go to the public for a minute? Is that all right? Any members of the public like to offer anything on license agreements? If not, then we'll bring it back here. One direction, what I have a few notes here from what Commissioner Chernowski indicated and everybody else. So we can try to come up with another document that I think it would just be, I don't know, I'm trying to figure out how to memorialize some of our discussions without it becoming a policy that, because we articulated that we don't necessarily want a policy, we need to be flexible. And yet there are things I think that could be a worksheet that would be very valuable as we approach, just like we do for permits of compliance. We have a worksheet that says you gotta be compliant with this, 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 this. Do you think it's prudent, or we could create a policy sheet that indicates, ascertain if this is for commercial use, and I mean, they have to give all the parameters, obviously.
I mean, I don't think, Mayor, you want to go through all this work without having something in written form to set out some parameters, but then with a catch-all that, you know, for good cause shown, the mayor and commissioners can alter the provisions, because you can't anticipate every one of these, what it's going to look like.
Yeah, and as I said before, I have a personal belief that license agreements should not be acted on favorably if it is to help the property come into compliance with zoning codes. Now, maybe there's an exception, I don't know, but that's kind of my personal belief. I would like for the rest of the commissioners to adopt it, but I don't know whether to put that on a guide sheet or not.
My view, and again, I'm not a voting member, but I see it sort of the way that the Board of Adjustment is supposed to hand out variances. Now, this isn't a Board of Adjustment issue, because Board of Adjustment deals with private property and we're dealing with public property, but you should maybe approach it the way they would. Is there an exceptional practical difficulty? Is there a hardship? You know, those sorts of questions that they ask in connection with variances, maybe that's the litmus test for whether a license is appropriate or not.
I really agree with that.
Would we be amenable to coming up with some kind of guidelines for it?
Fine with that.
And, because I support that, and the formula, to me, is enticing because it seems to bring equity. The other numbers that I see, I can't figure out who decided what, where, when, why.
Yeah.
So an introduction of equity somehow seems reasonable.
For some reason, I want to blame that $1 a square foot on Glenn. Is that?
I don't take responsibility for any
He
of those
denied
numbers.
it. He denies it. I don't know where, all of a sudden it cropped up one time. Is there anything else from the commissioners? So we'll go forward with, go ahead.
I'm sorry, just as perspective, research I did in 2018 when we last discussed this thing at any depth, we have 24 license agreements in the city. So it is something that needs to be addressed, but it is not of a major impact on the city at that point. I still want to continue discussions, but with 24 license agreements, and that was in 2018, and I know one of them is gone because we sold the Scout House, so one less, 23. Thank you.
A question for the city solicitor. If we implement the application fee, the annual administrative fee, and come up with a new formula for the square footage, how would that impact those 24 leases that are already there?
Well, it's really up to you as commissioners, because under the provisions of all of those license agreements, there is a termination provision that you can exercise that termination provision, and then ask the owner, do you want to renew your license? You can under these new guidelines. Or you can take the perspective, we've already got an agreement with them, we're going to allow that to ride, and any new ones would fall into the policy.
So, really, we have to make that decision, you know, and I'm tending toward leaving it alone for the old ones. But part of me says for the commercial entities that are profiting from it, maybe it's time to call them and resolve it. Anybody else? No, very good. Thank you very much. With that, we have some direction before discuss next steps in offshore wind topic. We're only going to spend a minute on this. If you recall, I tasked the Boardwalk and Beach Committee and also the Environment Committee with taking a look at this. I want to forward them guidance so that they know exactly what we want to gain from their input and their recommendations or comments. And I have the following draft guidance that I wanted to share with you and ask you that if you have any additional guidance that you can forward them to me so that I can forward it to the those two committees. Some of my things came up with are, what benefits do you see in having the projects built locally? And then I gave some examples: jobs, question mark, coastal resiliency, question mark, increased tourism, question mark, other benefits. What benefits do you see about a wind farm project? If we can get something out of the projects, what would you want? What bothers you about the proposed offshore wind project specific to U.S. Wind and Ørsted? What would make you feel better about the project? What else do you think we should be doing to keep our community informed about offshore wind projects in our area? What other thoughts do you want to share? So if you would have anything you want to give to me, then I'm trying to give them, again, guidance on what we want them to focus on. And admittedly, I think they have to do some of their own homework on this, and that's why we took a lot of time to create that program with all those links so that they can do some of their own homework. Commissioner Sharp?
I just wanted to verify that the benefit that we had for the presentation that was given with all the different agencies and so forth, the committee members will be familiar with that when they try to start answering.
Well, they were told about it, and the answer should be yes.
Okay.
Because they were all told about it, they were all invited. But perhaps I need to put in here for us at least what the goal was that I stated prior to that meeting. The goal is that we look at it, and if we have an opinion on it, that we formulate that here such that the mayor and the media consultant can be interviewed by the media and have something cogent to say that reflects what the commission up here says, but also so that I can take part more in the Association of Coastal Towns discussions on wind farms with an eye toward what we want in Rehoboth Beach. We may not agree with Fenwick Island and their position on something. We may have our own opinion on whether we want to see them or don't want to see them or something. But that would also give us the opportunity to discuss what message, if any, we want to pass on to BOEM and any of these other groups. And again, for me, probably one of the biggest question marks is, do I want to see them or do I not want to see them? And whether we can voice anything that would have any impact. That's its own subject also. Any questions?
Just curious. Oh, I'm sorry, Jay.
Go ahead, because I have something to say when you're done.
Just curious, and ask the solicitor on this. The term vested rights comes to mind in the aspect, can we really have any influence on those? Those individuals have purchased these leases in good theory, whatever, and I'm just curious, we can take a stand certainly, but how much impact can we really have if they have purchased these leases from the federal government and go from there with vested rights?
Well, it's a good perspective. Vested rights is a judicial concept that certainly a court would look at, to what vested rights is a concept that deals with good faith reliance on existing standards. So if somebody moves forward with a building project in good faith reliance upon existing standards, then at some point they've invested so much time and energy and resources that their rights vest to go forward with the project. So once you reach that stage, it's difficult to influence it. Now the court of public opinion it can be pretty strong as well. So if there's a groundswell of opposition, then that other factors may come into play. But as far as vested rights go, you're right. At some point, a developer has vested rights, and a court won't strike down their ability to continue with the project.
Well, and that's where I'd like to take up that conversation next time we get together, because that is a critical question there. Absolutely.
And it's complicated because there's a lot of different bodies that come into the approval process.
Yeah.
Especially if it's making landfall, the cables are making landfall here in southern Delaware.
So that's to be continued, a separate project. Thank you very much. Anybody have a comment out in the public?
Let me say,
Commissioner
let me say one more
LaGree,
thing.
yes, sir.
I went back and listened to the workshop again. The address by Jennifer Holmes, who's with the Division of Climate and Coastal Energy at DENREC, was a great asset to our program, because when you go back and start researching what she said, there's a wealth of information. And because BOEM has to give her all the documents that they receive. And right now there are documentations for U.S. Wind, which is the Maryland wind farm that's south of us. But they're going to come in through Indian River. But their documents are all on her website. And it's just a wealth of information. And we've started to do research on that. Have discovered, this is just information, have discovered that U.S. Wind has a headquarters in Baltimore, and they're going to use Baltimore as a staging area for the construction of the 60 turbines that they're currently having on their plan, with an option for 20 more, so they could go to 80 down there. But U.S. Wind happens to be owned by a company called, I think it's called Renexus, who is owned by a company called Toto, which is a totally owned Italian company. So our wind farm off our shore of 12.7 miles or whatever it is in the southeast of Indian River is an Italian wind farm. And the contractor that they're going to use appears to be Vestas, which is a Danish company. And these are just information that you can find when you read the construction and operation plan, which is on Jennifer's website. Just go to DENREC, click on divisions, hit Jennifer's page, which is Division of Climate and Coastal Energy. Click on federal consistency, which is the law that says BOEM has to send their documents through us. And then you'll see federal consistency notices. If you click on that, there's a pop-up, which is a list of all the notices that she's received. And the one from the Maryland wind farm, U.S. Wind, that's at the top of the list. And she hasn't received anything yet from Skipjack. So and it tells you exactly what they're going to do. The cable's going to be 12 inches in diameter. So that's a pretty good sized cable that's going to run under Indian River and come up on the other side. The cable is 230 kilovolts. So it is a whopper. And all that information is on that website.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you
Mayor.
very much. With that, we're going to move on to our next item of business, which is Liz and updating us on the tree list. If you recall, The proposed revisions to the tree code make reference multiple times to a City of Rehoboth approved tree list. And Liz has provided actually 3 lists, so we'd like her to explain exactly what it's all about there.
Sure. So the first list that we're on right now, that is the current approved residential tree list. So it's divided into 3 categories. The black font is what we would consider, and these are all native to Delaware. So the black font would be your canopy deciduous trees, and then the trees listed in green are going to be the evergreen trees, and then the blue are the small species, more ornamental. No questions on that? The
So
current
these
one?
are the existing.
This is current, yeah. So
Okay.
in the current code, all it does is vaguely refer to an appendix that's on file in City Hall. And so when I started, we had nothing, and I created this based off of the Delaware Forest Service's list.
So this list is merely for comparison to your other 2 lists, that the other 2 lists would constitute the proposed City of Rehoboth approved tree list that's referenced in the tree code.
Yes, so I wanted everyone to see what we currently have if they weren't familiar, and then what changes we would see with the way the code is proposed. So in the draft of the new and revised tree code, the minimum density changes to 1 native canopy tree, and then the other 2 trees can just be any trees on the list. And in our discussions, so I just said List A and List B. List A is, well, it pretty much consists of what was on the original list in black font, and then I added some of the evergreens that we would consider canopy trees, so a loblolly pine and stuff like that, big evergreens. And those are, every tree on List A is native to the area. So if we go down, then we have List B, and that is composed of all the native small species trees. So all the small species that are on the current list made it onto List B of the new, plus large non-native trees. You're good. Yeah, so we have trees like a serviceberry and a redbud are currently on our approved tree list, but certain trees like a southern magnolia is not native to our area. So it's a large tree, it made it on this list. And so the way the code is proposed to, or the way the proposed code is, you would be able to select 2 trees from List B. And then you'll see I have several questions because I was tasked with creating this list, but obviously things always come to light. So a current, I want to call it like a loophole, is the current list and the code really do nothing to address what's called like a nativar, so a cultivar of a native tree. So you might have a native oak that they cross with the English oak, and then they make this oak that is 20, 30 feet tall, but only 8 feet wide. And is that really hitting the spirit of the code? Maybe by letter of the code it is, right? So it's still technically a pin oak, but it's only 8 feet wide. So it's not really the pin oak we're envisioning when we created these lists. And there are a lot of those out there. Almost every tree has a narrow, upright cultivar. That's pretty much it.
Just curious, Liz, can you kind of go on List A, what have you added to the list from what the existing list was?
So List A, everything that is on A is on the current list. It's just a couple of the evergreens made it into the canopy. Otherwise, I believe it's exactly the same. So I added the red cedar.
Like bald cypress is there, but it's not on the other one, I guess.
Well, bald cypress was always a conundrum to me because it's a deciduous conifer, and our code referenced conifers and evergreens, so it didn't really fit anywhere in our current code or on the current list. So it was just always left out, and nobody ever proposed to plant it, so I never added it.
Okay, and you added the loblolly and also the eastern red cedar, is that?
Yes.
Okay.
Commissioner Gossett, would it help if Liz put this in the new list in red line format so you could see what's added and what's deleted?
Well, I mean, if there's only the couple of three here, that's
Yeah.
fine. Bald cypress, eastern red cedar, and loblolly. And did any come off, actually?
No.
Okay. And is that similar to the list B? Are there any additions to that?
Yes, there's a lot of, so the original list B, if you look at the current, those 8 trees that are currently considered the small species native, so hornbeam, crabapple, dogwood, fringe tree, redbud, serviceberry, sweet bay magnolia, and a hawthorn. So those all migrated to list B, but then we added a lot of the non-native trees that are larger. So a deodar cedar, cryptomeria, catalpa, ginkgo, the thornless honey locust, coffee tree, scholar tree, some of the non-native oaks, a lacebark elm. So we added quite a few more choices in that category.
And I guess I was surprised to see the ginkgo there. Is that because we had an issue with ginkgo before? Is this a male or female, or does that matter?
They're all in the nursery male.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm not going to say an occasional mistake won't happen, but
Would you reiterate the difference between List A and List B? Are they referenced separately in the new proposed tree code?
yeah, so in the proposed tree code, the minimum density requirements, your tree selection actually changed. So it used to be you had to have a minimum of 1 deciduous canopy, and then you had a maximum of 1 evergreen and a maximum of 1 small species. Now we have a minimum of 1 canopy tree, which would be list A, and no other just the other 2 trees have to come from list A or B.
All right. Any questions?
So if you could, at some point, just highlight on B what was added, if you said there's a lot been added.
Almost all of them.
Almost all of them.
Honestly, yeah, I think we had like 7 or 8 that migrated over to B, and then the rest are new.
Okay. And then just curious, I noticed reading a couple weeks ago that the red oak trees are experiencing some bacterial scorch. Is that prevalent in Rehoboth, or it was on Denrec's website? So I was just curious if you're aware of that at all.
There's a million different things. There's a bacterial leaf scorch that affects a lot of oaks. I've never seen it too badly here. It can be very bad in like planned communities where they have like pin oak street trees and every single tree gets it, and it's ultimately a death sentence. I've not noticed it really prominent here like there though, because we have a little bit more variety of trees.
But that's not something that would take that off the list for a period of time or anything?
No, not. I think something like the spotted lanternfly, if their host tree would be on this list, which is not because it's invasive, that would be something that would remove it from there. But in terms of planting 1 tree on a residential property, shouldn't be an issue.
And I noticed at the bottom there of list B, you've also talking about crepe myrtles.
Yeah, we don't really address them in the new code.
Right.
So these are questions I had when I was making this list that I just couldn't resolve, and it may not be appropriate to answer them at this time, but they will need to be addressed.
Thank you, Liz. Any members of the public want to say anything? If you recall, the goal of this is to get this tree list done so that we can distribute it out with the final version of the tree code to the public to arborists, to tree companies. And again, we wanted that proposed tree code to have this list. Glenn is working on codifying or making sure that the proposed tree code is in the right format. That will be done soon. What I would like to do is take his version, which is in red line, and distribute that along with an accepted version and with the tree code, and be able to put that on the website for the public to see, and also distribute it via mail or email to some of the local tree companies so that we can get their feedback. And then I'm trying to decide what the path forward is. If there was a lot of feedback, then we may want to schedule another special meeting on trees to be able to review those comments from the public. And if there are minimal comments, then maybe we just go directly to a public hearing. Again, public hearing's not needed. This is not zoning code, but public hearing has been used just to reinforce that this is a significant change to a whole chapter. We wanted to make sure that the public was aware of that and would be able to come. Are there any questions? So,
Mayor, I would just ask that when we finalize list A and B, we just name them out, I guess, what canopy and then small species, both native. But also, the list that we currently have, we have the height, whether it flowers, all of those categories. Will you incorporate that into the final list as well?
I could if we think it's useful.
I think it is for people looking at it.
I'm seeing a lot of shaking heads. Yeah, that'd be fine. Thank you, Liz. Any further questions? Thank you, Liz. We appreciate your input there. For our next item of business, report. I'm going to skip down to report regarding the investment of cash into treasury bills. Bert Dukes, the city finance director, is going to give us a report. Bert, go ahead.
Several weeks ago, I met with the city manager and the mayor and discussed what I thought was an opportunity to reevaluate our returns, which have been pretty low on CDs. What's happened this year is the short-term rates for treasury bills have widened between that and CD rates. Our CD rates are very low, and looking at a 90-day and a 180-day treasury bill, we could earn on 3 accounts, our treasury tax CD, our water cap fees, and our sewer cap fees, could earn probably about $500,000. We're getting practically nothing now. Banks have been reluctant to move their rates up. I think eventually when they start losing accounts, people start moving more money out of the banks into other instruments. You'll see bank CDs go up, but most of them for a 1-year CD is less than 2%. M&T, I checked the other day, they have a 1.77 rate. Well, I can get, for a 90-day treasury bill, I can get 3.25%. For a 180-day, I think last week's rate was about 3.8. What I was recommending is that we consider some of the firms that could handle the trades for us. WSFS could, their trust department, Bryn Mawr Trust could, and Edward Jones. I got a quote from all of them, and Edward Jones was about 40% cheaper than the next bid. So I was going to recommend to the city that we open an account, we move some of the CD money into the treasury bills. It's the riskless rate of return. I mean, nothing more secure than a treasury bill. And what section 16E, I believe, of the charter requires approval by the commissioners to open accounts. So this is why I came before you today, to get your approval to open an account, Edward Jones, and start buying some treasury bills.
Thank you, Bert.
Mayor, if I could just add too, so the city does have an investment policy. Within the investment policy, it says that the city manager is authorized to deposit funds into any bank with an office within 5 miles of the corporate limits of the city of Rehoboth Beach. Also that the city manager is authorized to invest in obligations of the United States of America. So that's why we're here before you today, to at least notify you of our intent to invest this money into treasury bills, and just inform you of that. Additionally, within that investment policy, there is a stipulation about reporting, that the city manager shall prepare an investment report not less than quarterly that provides a clear picture of the current status of current investments. I think Bert would tell you that we currently don't have any investments, but after this we will. So that would be something that comes at a future meeting, a report on the investments and earned income from that.
Thank you, Evan. So the city manager has authority to go ahead with this, but they would feel more comfortable with our blessing. I'm fine with it. Does anybody have any questions?
I'm glad we're finally doing it.
$500,000 extra is sweet. Thank you for thinking of that. Anybody else?
Do we have a maximum investment percentage of that we look at or anything of that nature?
Maximum investment percentage.
Bert, do you want to ask?
Bert, I'm just curious, do we have any direction as to maximum amount of investment in a portfolio or?
Well, with a broker like Edward Jones, we can buy as much as we want. I'm looking at $16 million right now. And we have a couple other CDs. One of them is a wastewater CD. You may recall that when we finished the outfall, we had extra money that was unused, and so we put that in a CD to segregate it. It's $1.6 million. I don't think I'll invest that right away, or wouldn't recommend it. We may need that money within the next year. So for the time being, I'll probably let it just sit in a CD and collect whatever we can get on it. Then the city general fund also has another $1 million CD. I just think we should keep that in reserve. One thing about the CD, the treasury bill, we can sell these. If we had an emergency, we could sell them. I don't think we'll have to, or I wouldn't want to do that, but they're liquid, and so.
And these are one-year commitments?
No, they're not. They're 90-day commitments. I can buy a one-year treasury bill, but I'm thinking with the rates as they are, there's not that much difference between a 9-month and a 1 year. But I kind of want to stay short just because I think the December meeting that's coming up with Federal Reserve Open Market Committee is going to probably bump it up another 75 basis points. So you're talking probably maybe we'll have 4.25 at that time. And so if we're at, the 90-day bill will mature in January. So I believe it's January. So we can reinvest it. And if we feel at that point in time we want to go for 6 months, we can do that. But I think we're just going to try to work with Edward Jones and pick the best instruments with the best maturities.
Great, thank you.
Bert, did you say you were looking at $6 million?
16 million.
16, thank you.
We have, just to give you the breakdown, we have 11 million in the transfer tax CD, and that seems to just increase. We don't take money out of it. It's a one-way street. We have water cap fees that people pay when they build properties, and also your sewer cap fees. So basically, 3 CDs, they total up to 16 million.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bart. Now you can leave. Thank you very much. With that, we'll go to our last item of business today. New business B, discuss how best to handle parking space requests received from various organizations, including Rehoboth Beach Public Library, Cape and Lopin Senior Center, Rehoboth Beach Dewey Beach Chamber of Commerce Visitor Center, Rehoboth Beach Historical Society, Rehoboth Beach Main Street, and Rehoboth Beach Farmers Market. City Manager Evan Miller.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be brief. I know it's been a long meeting. The intent of this agenda topic was to at least just make you aware of some of the parking requests that we've received over the years. It got to the point this summer where I just thought it was necessary to inform you of some of the requests that we've received and some of the parking that we've provided to some of these organizations, and just really give you this information so that you're aware of it. And if there's any concerns or ideas or changes you'd like to make, I'm certainly all ears to it. So first, the Rehoboth Beach Public Library, they have 6 dedicated parking spaces in Martin's Lawn parking lot. You'll recall that I believe it was last year, as part of the budget discussion, one of the things that they had requested was a 30-minute space on Rehoboth Avenue. That ultimately was not pursued. They did request that last year, and we did not grant that 30-minute space. The Cape Henlopen Senior Center, they now have 28 designated parking spaces in Martin's Lawn. They originally had 20 on Christian Street, but we received some feedback from them about concerns of some of the seniors getting up onto the sidewalk off of Christian Street. A couple members had fallen, so they had requested to relocate some of those spaces into Martin's Lawn. In addition, they've requested numerous times for more and more dedicated spaces. So currently they have 28 designated spaces in Martin's Lawn. The Rehoboth Beach, Dewey Beach Chamber of Commerce, the Visitor Center off of Rehoboth Avenue, they have 3 designated spaces in the Grove Park parking lot. 3. The Rehoboth Beach Historical Society, there are 6 spaces that are located in front of the Historical Society. They typically tend to use cones to reserve those spaces, primarily for visitors as well as employees. In addition to those, they also have 8 dashboard passes, which are used again by visitors as well as staff. Rehoboth Beach Main Street has 2 dashboard passes for Grove Park parking lot. And then finally, the Rehoboth Beach Farmers Market, you'll recall that back when we were doing some code revisions, they were granted access to the entirety of Grove Park during a certain portion of the day when they're in operations. And then there also has been established sort of this unofficial 2-block radius where we have generally in years past suspended or adjusted enforcement in a 2-block radius for farmers market. New this summer, they began advertising that 2-block parking radius, and so I thought it was prudent to bring this before you to make you aware of it. One of the things that I've done regarding that request is tried to demarcate that 2-block radius so our parking enforcement officers are aware of during farmers market where they patrol and where they don't patrol. So that's just a summary of what we've granted to these organizations. Certainly I can answer any questions you have. I think we can be mindful of what they've been given over the years as we head into budget discussions, as we see contributions, requests come through from some of these organizations. Again, but just wanted to give you that information for your awareness.
Thank you, Evan. The library, I think last year during the budget session, asked for additional parking spaces in Martin's Lawn. Correct. Was that the 6 they asked for, or was that a lesser number?
I believe they originally had 4, and then we added 2 more. Yeah.
And 4 plus 2, okay. See, part of the problem is we're trying to accommodate everybody. Right. And these are revenue-producing parking spots. And the senior center in particular, you know, Greg Freese used to let them have, I think, use of most of, if not the entirety of the Martin's Lawn Parking Center. And we just wouldn't enforce them, but they weren't marked. And this year, was it this year, early in the year, you moved them out to Christian Street, and then as you indicated that there were some problems with that. And then they moved them from Christian Street back into the Martin's Lawn lot, but he ended up putting all these signs there that some of the local businesses started to have a fit, maybe rightfully so, that their patrons can no longer park closest to their business in the Martin Lawn lot because it says parking only for senior center, senior center, senior center. And there are a lot of those signs. There's what?
28.
Well, 38 divided by 2 with the arrows there, so you got almost 19 signs there. And so Evan wanted to, instead of taking the hit for all this, because it's a complicated problem, wanted to see if we had any solutions or recommendations on what to do. Now, the good news perhaps is that in 3 or 4 years, the senior center might be moving out of town, you know, and take some of their parking issues with them. But in the meantime, I know we want to accommodate as many as we can. But I think for me, I guess the biggest problem is over at Martin's Lawn parking lot. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, I've also seen around town on some vehicles a rather large sticker that says Cape Henlopen Senior Parking Permit, and it's got a number on it.
You aware of that?
Those are the old ones that some people still use, but they don't actually have to have it in their vehicle because
says
we're just
2022.
we're
Says
not enforcing it.
2022 on it, so.
Well, I'm sorry, where are they using those?
I've
Beyond the
just seen-
Martin's Lawn lot?
I've seen them parked elsewhere in the city. I've just kind of caught my eye.
See, because we're giving them, Evan's giving them free parking from morning until they close at
Right.
4 p.m. It used to be 3 p.m. and now it's, in the old days, and now it's 4 p.m. Now, whether there's abuse after that to stay in town for dinner, I don't know, but.
I'm just curious that they're issuing their own permits?
So, yeah, what happened, I think this was 2 years ago, was I was instituting the new parking pay stations on Christian Street.
Right.
So that transitioned then from walking enforcement to vehicle-based enforcement. So I approached the senior center, and my concern was that I became aware that the senior center had instituted their own parking permit program where they generated parking permits, distributed them to their members, and then the enforcement team would not enforce anybody that had a placard in their vehicle. I asked how many permits they had in circulation. They said several hundred of them. So from that
wonderful Xerox machine.
Yes. So from that point on, I said that the city is no longer honoring the permit, that we will designate spaces where our enforcement officers can clearly avoid that area. They won't have to, again, the whole efficiency of the enforcement was my concern. I didn't want an enforcement officer to stop, go to issue a citation, and then they see a placard on the front dash. So I got rid of that permit program, instituted the designated spaces, found out again this year that I guess they're continuing with the permit program. I reminded them we're not honoring that program. I told the enforcement staff that you do not check for those and not enforce if they have one. So again, I think that has been some of the challenge here, is that they at one point had hundreds of permits in circulation, which allowed however many members park on Christian Street. Now they've been limited to designated spaces, and it's just continuously we get requests to create more parking spaces for them.
But we're not honoring the old parking permits.
That's correct.
Number one. Number two, the 38 spaces dedicated to the senior center during their hours only, do they include the 7 against the building?
No, it does not.
So they have an extra 7 spaces dedicated to themselves, I think 24/7, that are against the building. And one of those spaces, I think, will accommodate their bus. So they've got 38 plus 7, 45.
38 or 28?
28.
20 spaces?
28.
28.
That was one of my recommendations to the senior center as well, was when we heard some feedback that some of the members had challenges getting up onto the sidewalk. My recommendation was to dedicate the staff parking spaces to those members, and then the staff could park out on Christian Street. I never received an acknowledgement to that recommendation, so here we
Well,
go.
I get a little frustrated that we are very accommodating, but I get a little frustrated that the staff, utilizes the prime visitor parking spaces, whether it's at the visitor center or Main Street or any of those places.
Just for clarification also, back to the library for a second, there's 6 on Martin Lawns, but don't they also have some spaces behind the building itself?
do.
Any number, there's 3 or 4 or 5, I don't know.
I would guess 7.
9.
9. Okay.
But that's on their property, right?
Correct.
So
That's
that's on their property, right?
Okay.
So everybody wants more parking, and yet the local businesses around there want parking for their patronage. I've gotten calls from, I think, 5 different businesses there. They're all legitimate gripes, I think.
And was there any, not to belabor the point, but this 2-block radius for the farmer's market, did that just kind of come out of nowhere, or was there?
That was something that I think had been instituted years ago, and so when I assumed the role, I became aware of that. That's when I tried to work with the staff to designate, because it's not uncommon for during the farmer's market, if somebody is given a citation and they're in the 2-block radius, that we hear from the farmer's market as to why we issued a citation. So one of the things that I had done working with the parking department was designate the area on Google Maps so they know what area to avoid and what area to enforce. And so I've tried to institute a more formal process from our standpoint, but it's the farmer's market, I think, that has now this summer started to advertise this, and I think word has gotten out, so.
And the number of parking spaces in the lot there, in the paved lot, are how many? Is that?
Total or subtracting Main Street?
Yeah, you've got
Seen,
11 from
let's
Main
see.
Street for Historical Society and Chamber,
To
so 11. I'm just,
I want to say
Actually, the main, Historical Society has 6 parking spaces in front plus 8 dashboard passes. So that's 14 right there, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. How many spaces do you
I
have?
believe it's over 30, just under 40, so.
So 2/3 almost are
okay.
dedicated to the different agencies there. My recollection for the farmer's market is not that good. I had thought that they had carte blanche within 1 block, and so I don't know whether they expanded on their own or whether that's what it was from the beginning.
Well, I think, too, there's been comments about the 2-block radius, and again, I've tried to clean that up internally to say, what is the city willing to recognize as our 2-block radius? Because 2 blocks turns into all of Canal Street, which turns into more and more streets being added to this radius. So, again, I've worked to try and formalize that radius. If there's interest amongst the commissioners to not entertain any type of free parking radius, we can certainly pursue that as well.
Mayor, I'm trying to figure out what our question is. Is our question how to continue to accommodate?
Do we have any guidance?
Or is our question that we should not accommodate these requests and look at them like we're looking at licensing? I don't know what,
The answer is yes.
I don't know what the question is.
Yes, 1 or 2. You know,
I think this was informational, and if we have an objection, Evans.
well, I think he's also seeking guidance. You know, for me, putting those signs up there dedicating the spaces to the senior center, I think became part of the problem. I like the old days personally where there were no signs there other than maybe one at the entrance that said senior center parking 8 to 3 in the old days. And then when people came down Christian Street and turned into the public parking spot there, if they found an empty space and they took it, I'm fine with that. And it may mean one less parking space for the senior center. But I think what inflamed our neighbors, our businesses, was those signs there that dedicated all those spaces. And again, would probably be amenable to removing those, telling the senior center folks that they could park there, and if you have, you're gonna have to have a pass or something, I guess. And then anybody can park there. Your other option is you say, anybody can park in Martin's Lawn, and we're just not gonna enforce it from 8 to 4 daily, period.
Well, that's what I was trying to figure out, if there's any appetite to look at all of the requests and start from that point. Should we have a carte blanche that says parking is first come, first serve in the city of Rehoboth Beach, period? I don't know if there's any appetite for that, or if we think that's a bridge too far.
Well, I think the biggest problem to address, in my view, is the Martin's Lawn parking lot. I would say that we need to address that and figure what the appropriate program is there. Less so up at the visitor center parking lot. Anybody?
The only thing I was thinking about was, obviously, the parking. I was thinking primarily about the farmer's market and the fact that you're designating 2 blocks, whatever that is, and you really, there's no real definition of what that is. I'm just wondering if it would make sense, because not, obviously, it's a gimme for the organizations, of course, but in the case of the farmer's market, you have people there that have parking permits and don't have parking permits, so it's like, how much of it are you really giving up and that kind of stuff. But I think the only thing I think would be helpful in that situation, if we could accommodate, I'm thinking like maybe angled head-in parking along the very end of like Henlopen on the one side. You could probably get more cars in there than you're accommodating now, and you wouldn't have to go as far back, you know what I mean? So you could establish a boundary, and then they would be available on market day, or any day, but they would be certainly free on market day or something like that. So I'm just wondering if there's accommodations we can make to kind of give them, because, you know, people are constantly churning. They're coming in, they're coming out. They're not, you know, people aren't staying there that long. And then in these other situations, if there's a way to sort of accommodate the presumed need, you know, of how many parking spaces that are needed at the time, at these key times, and then, but it sounds like the other ones, with the exception of the, 14 for the, for the various ones at the end of the where the museum is, I think you can maybe figure that out, what's fair for them, but have to figure it out.
For me, the farmer's market program has been working. I don't see that it's that big a problem as long as they stay within their 2-block area. Next year they try to go for 3 blocks or 4 blocks, and I think that's a problem. But again, I think our focus, Evan's focus, has to be on how to resolve conflict with the parking spaces at Martin's Lawn. That makes it fair to everybody, not just the seniors. Because right now, it's tilted to the senior center. So I think we're leaving it in your lap.
Well, I don't know that that's helpful for Evan. But is it helpful that if the commissioners are saying, we have a consensus, or we believe that the senior center should not be what I kind of interpret as taking some liberties with what the city has granted them, does that give you more support than what you currently have? Because I don't have any problem telling the senior center that, hey, what are you doing? Why are you doing that? You're causing a ripple consequences that we're not particularly fond of. I mean, is there something wrong with that?
I'm not sure I understand. What are they doing that we haven't already allowed them to do?
I thought, Mayor, you just talked about what they've done.
They, for years, they've been getting free parking. But I think what exacerbated the problem this year is those signs being put up.
So, which made everyone else who's not getting free parking in the business community highly aware of what's going on. So to me, they shot themselves in the foot.
But we're the ones that put the signs up.
We did?
We did, the city, yeah.
Why would we
Yeah,
do
yeah.
such a thing?
Based on their pressure, right?
I mean, the history is they used to park in Martin's Lawn when that was, and they had approval to do so. And then when that lot was, I think, resurfaced and reconfigured, they were moved to Christian Street with only 20 spaces. And then they were having problems. Well, 20 wasn't enough, but also they had multiple folks fall going up from Christian Street up the curb, up to the senior center, and they asked to go back to Martin's Lawn. And so they got to 28 spaces back to Martin's Lawn, and the signs that were on Christian Street moved with those spaces back to Martin's Lawn.
And we, the city, did not anticipate that when we publicized that on Martin's Lawn, it would become an area of contention.
Well, we didn't publicize it, but the fact that the signs were put up
Right.
became self-advertising,
Yes, yes.
if you will.
So we just didn't think it all the way through that this is going to become contentious.
I mean, is it still contentious? I mean, I think we had some conversations with those business folks and.
Right, we did,
It's-
and I think that was the biggest thing, was communicating that, again, they had dedicated spaces on Christian Street already, and they were relocated to Martin's Lawn.
Okay.
So if there are businesses that have people who would like to park in the general vicinity of that business, Christian Street is now available. It's just a little bit further. It's not in Martin's Lawn.
So I apologize. I thought the senior center put up the signs, so I misunderstood that. So why can't we just take the signs down if we put them up?
And we could, I guess then it doesn't resolve their concerns about having dedicated spaces for the senior center. Having access for some of their members that are mobility challenged. Again, I mean, part of the whole reason the signs were first installed was because we had hundreds of permits in circulation. The permits traditionally had been honored. And so when we changed the parking system, changed the enforcement method, that's when we pursued the dedicated spaces. So we could have a clear distinction as to how many spaces you're given and where our enforcement officers can avoid, so that they're not wasting time issuing citations for a member of the senior center.
Well, I'll give you my opinion. I would just leave it as it is and hope in 3 years.
Don't forget, let's identify yourself. You're the liaison to the
Liaison
Cape
for
Senior
the,
Center,
I
so
am the
don't
liaison
forget
for the
that.
senior center. But they used to have the entire lot. They were used to it for a long time. We moved them on the Christian Street, which, yeah, they also wanted more spaces, but that was a hazard for elderly folks. And yeah, a couple business owners were upset when one day all of these signs went up because they hadn't been there for 2 years. But, I mean, it would have just taken a little bit of communication. Hey, we're moving them back to the Martin's Lawn for this reason. All of these parking spots on Christian Street are now open. And I would just leave it as it is. 2 or 3 years, hopefully the senior center will move out on Hepron Road and we can build a parking garage there. I'm kidding.
So we're gonna leave it as is and then Evan's hands.
That's just my opinion.
All right. Anything else? Any members of the public want to speak? All righty.
I think the only part that still bothers me, and it doesn't matter if it just bothers me, if I understood correctly, that the staff is parking in closest proximity to the building? Now, why would you make that decision if you knew your folks might really appreciate that? So to me, I've said this before about Main Street, I've said it, and I'll use it again. Aren't these supposed to be some kind of partnership where there could be compromises? That you don't get it all your way. I mean, the city has given, that's quite a benefit, I think. Am I wrong that that's a benefit? So it seems reasonable to me to suggest to them that they make some accommodations as a compromise. I don't know why it doesn't seem that complicated to me now, but.
Well, I'm happy to re-articulate that to them again.
I wish you would, and I wish you would just not accept the potential standard that I've heard before, no. That's not a compromise.
Right.
So, you know, I'm going to leave it now.
All right. Thank you very much. With that, we'll go to the next commissioner announcements or comments. Anybody have anything? What?
Just quickly, Camp Rehoboth is doing flu shots today from 3 to 6.
Yes, yeah, very good. Review future meeting dates. Our next date is Wednesday, October 19th, city manager interviews. It's open in public session and again go into executive session. No actions will be taken at that meeting. Next meeting after that is Friday, October 21st, 2 o'clock is our regular commissioners meeting. With that, if there any citizen comment?
Can I take one moment just before
Yep.
citizen comment? The dapper-looking guy that you've all been wondering why he's
Yes.
here sitting in the back, this is a new attorney with my firm. His name's Alex Burns. He has a degree in public administration, so he likes doing this kind of stuff. So you'll see more and more of him get involved with Rehoboth matters. And fun fact, he was the best man at Evan Miller's wedding.
Are you the musician? Is he the musician? All right. I knew somebody had to pay you to come to one of these meetings.
Well, when Commissioner Murphy said that he's probably the only one who's performed live before, well, these two actually had a band back in the day that probably performed live in their garage.
Come on up, Walter. Just identify yourself if you would, please.
Thank you. Walter Brittingham, 123 Hanover Avenue. This is the way the meetings used to run. You guys have done a fantastic job today. There have been a lot of difficult subjects. Some of them went too long, but in any case, you should be very proud. The city is not what it used to be. The issues are very technical. Evan, congratulations. You've been giving out reports, and part of the reasons you had the parking issues is because they were just being taken care of beforehand, but the board was ignorant to the facts on how the city was being run. It was just being run, and I've been very critical, but I'm very proud of you today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Walter. Anybody else? Carolyn, anybody? Nope. With that, I'll call this meeting adjourned at 1:01 p.m. Thank you very much.